Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Gas Swim Britain. British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people swimming regularly by 2015. So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres. Swim Britain is going to help you get fitter and healthier, and they're even going to give you tips along the way. It's all going to accumulate in 10 events in September at venues across the country. Now, logistics of this event are super easy. You're going to get a swimming cap, a t-shirt and a timing chip. You pick them up at the venue on the day. So all you need to think about is the regular stuff. Your swimming goggles and a pair of trunks. You could wear these or perhaps some of these. You might want 2 towels as well instead of 1. So you'll need 1 towel for poolside and also a towel for when you get changed at the end. Maybe a bit of shampoo as well. And last but not least, make sure you take some water with you. Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Relay work.
Well, you've got to get your teammates. Here's one of mine, me Chris.
British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people
swimming
regularly.
He's going to lead off. Let's go, Chris.
So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres.
To his second teammate, who's going to be in the transition area, and he's going to give him a high five. Nice high five. Then Chris is done. He's good to go. He can go have a little bit of a rest. It's going to get very crowded if all of you are waiting at the end of the pool. So we've got a rule. Only the person that's swimming next can be in the transition zone. So Swim Britain's going to be like no event you've ever done before, largely because of these bad boys. They're actually called boys, and you're going to have to swim around them. When you're swimming down the pool, you've got to keep the buoy to your left-hand side. And when you're swimming back up the pool, you've got to keep it to your right-hand side. Just keep an eye out for them. Big orange things, can't miss them. Stay as tight as you can to the buoy. You've only got to swim 250 metres. There's no point swimming any more than that if you don't have to.
Once you've got your team together, make sure you get the opportunity to train together. Set yourself both an individual goal. You know what? Challenge the other guys on your team as well. You might surprise yourself and with some good training, beat the time that you thought you were going to go. What about making some hoodies with your team name on there? You're taking on everyone else in Swim Britain. You've got to get in there with the right frame of mind. Maybe you want to go in some fancy dress. I don't suggest you swim in the fancy dress. That might slow you down a little bit. Maybe you can even come up with your own song, you know. I can see all 4 of you doing the Gangnam Style. Maybe not. But most of all, make sure there's some cracking banter between you and your teammates, and let's maximise the fun that we're going to have on Swim Britain. Good luck and enjoy.
Good morning from the Wales National Pool here in Swansea, and a warm welcome for day 3 of Quipu TV's coverage of the British Gas Swim Wales Summer Nationals for 2013. So 2 days we've seen some excellent action from the 6 sessions so far of top class swimming. We've still got plenty to go, 14 to go over the next 5 days, featuring the very best of Welsh swimming talent and the opportunity to see swimmers from all around the UK who've travelled here to Swansea for this fantastic event. We've got some 1,700 swims here over the week, and this makes the Summer Nationals one of the UK's largest meets in the year. The warm-ups are just about over. The final preparations from the swimmers just being completed.
We would like to remind all swimmers and coaches there is no
If you want to get in contact with us, let us know how you're enjoying the coverage of these events, then please do tweet us using hashtag BGSNLive. That's hashtag BGSNLive. And we'd love to hear from you. And of course, we will pass on the best of your messages. Coverage of this event is brought to you by British Gas and Swim Wales. And we're grateful to British Gas and all the commercial partners for their continued support of Wales swimming. So our events this morning, we start off with the boys 15 to 18 50 butterfly. Of course, this is heats this morning, progressing through to for the top 8 swimmers in the 2 age groups through to this evening's finals. Boys 15, 16 and 17, 18 groups. So top 8 in each of those age groups will go through to this evening's finals. Follow that up with the girls 14 to 18. 50 butterfly once again, so sprints to get us going. We then move on to the boys 11 to 14, 200 meters individual medley. Plenty of that to see, 15 heats altogether. Again, heats for the 2 finals that will take place this evening, 11 12s and 13 14s. Follow that up with the girls, 10 to 13, 200 IM. And there's going to be 15 heats of that, so lots of IM swimming. And then we move on to breaststroke. So first of all, the 100 breaststroke with the 15 to 18 of boys and the 14 to 18 girls. And following that up later on this morning with the 200 breaststroke, 10 heats for the boys and another 10 heats for the girls. So that's what's coming up. Plenty to look forward to for you over the next 3 or 4 hours here at the Welsh National Pool in what was a pretty rainy Swansea this morning, but it looks like it's brightening up now. You can see the glints of sunshine through the windows on the far side of the pool. As you can see, we've got a good crowd in the house this morning. Plenty of bums on seats. And we're panning just round them at the moment, all waiting with anticipation for the event to start. Still a few swimmers in the pool who the organisers are now urging out of the pool so that we can get going. One anxious swimmer trying to put in one last dive, but that wasn't allowed to happen. So just a wee look across there, you could see the swim down pool, so that's where they can go to swim down after their swims. You can see just beyond the turning end of this lovely 8-lane 50-metre pool here at Swansea. There's the website, www.swimwales.org, and that's the place to go for the results. So follow that. You could also follow it on the Meet Mobile application, which is available both on your iPhone or iPad and also on other platforms. But www.swimwales.org, you can see the results as you go. And of course that will also give you the route to this live feed, but clearly you've already found your way there. So a warm welcome to you. So the pool now has been cleared. You can see there it's looking pristine. Still waiting for our officials to come on to poolside, but I'm sure they will be joining us very shortly. We have the swimmers for the first heat at the blocks already, so they're ready to go. We're ready to go. We just need a few officials, and we will go. So, as I mentioned earlier, it's boys 50 butterfly starting us off. Just worth mentioning the records, the run meet records for this Welsh Summer Open. Both the 15-16s and 17-18 age groups held by Dominic Wooldridge as he's developed. He was the winner last year. And the 17-18 age group did a 27.20 for the 15-16 age group record and the 26.47 in the 17-18s. That could come under challenge. We've got an entry time 26.22. Toby Saricki of Leander. So watch out for him in Heat 5. He's going in the 17-18 age group. Top 15, a 16-year-old time. Just having a look at the start sheets. I think it's maybe 28.73. Ross Hill of Chase. Or in fact 27.83. Daniel Thomas of Pembrokeshire County. So he needs about a 6/10 improvement to challenge the record books. As you can see, the lifeguard in place. Radio in hand. Hopefully a nice quiet few hours in his chair for him. So the spectators in their seats, swimmers there as well, as you can see. This is a fantastic facility here, 8-lane, 50-metre long course. Of course, the home of the Swansea Intensive Training Centre, the ITC. Produced some great names over the last few years. Of course, some of the Welsh greats in Barcelona at the moment. We wish them well, because Jazz Carlin just missing out on a medal by the narrowest of margins yesterday evening. But of course, her top event still to come, so we'll be keeping our fingers crossed for her, along with the other Brits in Barcelona. Of course, it's not just Welsh swimmers who are here this morning. We've got a good complement from a number of English clubs. I can see in this first event, Wigan, Warrington, Crewe, all represented. Sevenoaks as well, Bebington, Ealing, and some Scottish contingents here as well. The Falkirk team, the first team, they've been well to the fore, and they'll be represented in this first event as well, as are St Thomas, all the way down from Arbroath, just north of Dundee. So they've had a fair track to make their way down here to Swansea. It's great to have them, along with all of our athletes coming from outside Wales. So a little bit of a delay, it looks like, in getting ourselves moving here. So please do bear with us. Should have been gone by now, but I'm sure that we'll be underway pretty soon. You can see there the pads up there. There's the commentary team for the venue up there, working the music system. Got the big cans on, checking out the music. So just a little bit of a delay for these swimmers as well, so that gives them a little bit of a tester here, because they will have got themselves set up to be underway by now. The poolside commentator now just introducing the event, so it sounds like we're about to go. There's one lady just checking out things. So here we go, the officials now making their way onto poolside. Resplendent in white. Of course, all volunteers giving up a week's holiday to be with us here in Swansea, so couldn't do it without them. And they are marching on there. And we could see some of them there just coming now down the two sides of the pool. And I'm sure once they are on, that will be the cue to get ourselves going. Great to see a lot of young faces amongst the Welsh officials. As Wales, I think, could maybe teach the rest of the UK a thing or two about bringing on youngsters into officiating, and that's great to see. Ensure the continued continuity of that very important function. So just moving round to the start end now. The two contingents meeting in the middle. The referee is just being introduced to the crowd. Got two referees and two starters. And there they are. So they're the guys you've got to keep sweet. Yeah, big cheer for some of them. So, officials introduced. Swimmers at the blocks. There's going to be 3 swimmers in this first heat. Liam Hall will go for Neath in lane 3. Aaron Pullen of Ealing in 4. And Giovanni Di Siena of Peterborough in lane 5. Of course, a reminder that top 8 swimmers will progress through to the final, which will be swum this evening. Session 9. And the announcer just handed over to the referee now, so should be underway any time now. You see the 3 there with the swimmers behind them ready to go for Heat 2. Once we get started, we'll fairly crack on through these. Just the final checks underway. Entry times for these first 3 swimmers all in the low 31s. 31.19 Aaron Pullen, 31.36 Giovanni Di Siena, and 31.37 Liam Hall. So they'll be looking, I would think, maybe to get below 31 seconds. And a real bonus would be to get under the magic 30, but that would be a huge PB for these guys, all in the 15-16 age group. So the referee now bringing them under orders, and they come up onto the blocks. So we're away. Liam Hall then, Aaron Pullen, Giovanni Di Siena, the 3 swimmers here. Giovanni in lane 5, and beside him Aaron Pullen. Not too much between any of the 3 of them as they come down 15 metres to go. Looks like maybe Aaron Pullen now in the white cap in the centre lanes, just with the advantage. They come to the final 5, and he's going to see the first heat home, and he did get under 30 seconds, so that's a great start to proceedings there for Alan. He'll be delighted with that, I would think. About 1.2 second improvement on his entry time. Liam Hall 30.35 in second place. And just confirming third place there, up on your screens, Giovanni Di Siena 31.09, as we rapidly move on to Heat 2. There's the Ealing swimmer Aaron Pullen there, just on your screen as he came out after a very good swim, 29.93. So we look as if we're just about ready to go for Heat 2. First time that the senior boys have swum butterfly in these championships, so don't really have any guidance from the 100 or the 200 yet. as to who the likely runners and riders are. So just the submitted entry times to guide us as we get ready for Heat 2. So 7 swimmers in Heat 2. Christopher Wall in 1, Owen Jones in 2, Andrew Kleinhorn in 3, Thomas Hitchin in 4, Conor Lowry in 5, Jacob Was in 6, and Sam Thompson in 7. So again, it's the centre lanes. Conor Lowry in 5, Thomas Hitchin in 4, Sevenoaks and Hereford respectively. It does look like Conor in lane 5 is the one who's going to take this one, and he does. Whoa, another fast time there, 27.96. That's superb there from the 15-year-old from Sevenoaks. And should be well pleased with that, and he is. Look at him, big smile on his face there, so well done to him. And just summarising there. So there's the scoreboard showing there. You can see on the left-hand side the placings, and there it is now in finish order. Conor Lowry of Sevenoaks, 27.96. Thomas Hitchin second, 28.48, and Andrew Kleinhorn in third in 30.36. So 27.96, that was an impressive swim there. So we'll be well pleased, I would think, with that. As I mentioned earlier, record 27.20, so getting towards that territory in the 15-16 age groups. So well done to Conor Lowry there. And he'll be hoping to make another appearance this evening. 28.48, also a very good swim from Thomas Hitchin, entered on 30.27, so big PB for him as well. As we move on to Heat 3. So looks like we have one empty lane here, lane 2, so 7 swimmers. Gethin Dibbin in 1, Ian Elric in 3, Thomas Barron in 4, Ross Hill in 6, Joshua Morgan in 7, Adam Chillingworth in 8. And again, it's the centre lanes. Ian Elric of first, who's looking strong there in lane 4. And he's going to take this one, 26.73. So that sets the standard in the 17-18 age group. So looking just to second place, looks like Thomas Barron with Ross Hill third. Just wait for that to be confirmed. 26.73 for Ian Elric, so about 7/10 of an improvement for him. And there is the 1-2-3 for you. Ian Elric then 26.73, Thomas Barron second, 27.21, and Ross Hill third, 28.53. So 3 heats down, 2 to go, as the whistle goes to bring Heat 4 under orders. So full pool this time. We have Jordan Strathern in 1, Harvey James in 2, Michael Ross in 3, Andrew Plummer in 4, Elliot Bloor in 5, Tor Wheeler in 6, Stephen Davis in 7, and Matthew Lowe in 8. Lane 4, Andrew Plummer of Wigan is leading the way here. Entry time for Andrew, 27.25. That's, well, 27.57 coming up for him there. So not quite as fast as Heat 3, but possibly leaving a little bit in hand. I'm sure he'll be confident of a place in the final with that time. Very close behind him. Looks like it's second place there. There is the confirmation then. Andrew Plummer, 27.57. Michael Ross second, 28.46. Just ahead of Tor Wheeler third, 28.50. So final heat coming. And off they go. Thomas Vaughan in 1, Jonathan Orchard in 2, Daniel Thomas in 3, Toby Saricki in 4, Matthew Eskell in 5, Nathan Watt in 6, Carl Taylor in 7, and Alex Rosser in 8. Toby Skricky then. 26.22 entry time, so he is leading the way and looking good here. And comes in 26.64, just outside the meet record of 26.47. So he'll be looking for that, I would think, in this evening's final. He will be the fastest qualifier for that in the 17 age group. And confirmation coming up on your screen there. Toby Saricki first, 26.64. Matthew Eskell second. And Daniel Thomas third. And a few nice heads to look at as well at the same time. So rapidly moving on then to the girls 50 butterfly. 7 heats going here. So in this one we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swimmers, and they are lane 2, Livy Robson, Molly Street beside her in lane 3, Catherine Parsonage in 4, 5 is Jasmine Newman, and 6 Emily Walsh. And this is a pretty close one. Livy Robson, Jasmine Newman coming in together, but it is Livy who takes it, 33.34. Another nice improvement of a second on her entry time of 34.41 for the Neath girl. And there is the 1, 2, 3. Livy Robson then, 33.34. Jasmine Newman just 600ths behind, 33.40. And Emily Walsh third in 33.87. So coming up to heat 2. Eight swimmers here. Lauren Palmer-Jones in 1, Sadie Milton in 2, Caris Oliver in 3, Kate Owen in 4, Imogen Hunt in 5, Amy Bond in 6, Eleanor Scanlon in 7, and Mary Yoxall in lane 8. Mary Yoxall going nicely on the near side lane 8, and also lane 3, Caris Oliver. And I think Caris probably just has the edge in lane 3. Fairly tight one here. Also coming up nicely in 6 is Amy Bond, but it is Caris Oliver who takes it, 32 seconds dead. So another good improvement, 1.6 seconds faster than her entry time. So should be happy with that. Looks like it was Amy Bond in second place out of lane 6, 32.50, and Mary Yoxall third, 32.55, all behind the winner, Caris Oliver of Llantrisant. You'll have heard from my accent that I'm not a native Welshman, so if I do get any of the Welsh names wrong, do feel free to tweet and put me right. Meanwhile, we move on to heat 3. Isabel Booth goes in 1, Ellie Matthews in 2, Holly Bell in 3, Emily Gordon in 4, Caris Thomas in 5, Lauren Ravel in 6, Helen Gildersleeves in 7, and Caitlin Cherry in 8. Another tight one here. All these swimmers within about 3/10 on entry times, 33.1 up to 33.4. So not surprising that this is pretty much a blanket finish here. There's about 5 or 6 swimmers who could all get it based on the touch. Let's see who does. Over in lane 1, it's Isabel Booth, 32.90. So nudging 4/10 off her entry time for the girl from Sevenoaks. So second place looked like it was Lauren Revel, just 200ths behind Isabel. 32.92, and there is the confirmation of the 1, 2, 3. Isabel Booth first, Lauren Revel in second, Caitlin Cherry in third. So heat 4, Phoebe Love in 1, Emily Osborne in 2, Lucy Glover in 3, Jennifer Sharp in 4, Lucia Finnan in 5, Eleanor Bloor in 6, Stephanie Strang in 7, and Gemma Brown in 8. Well, again, it's a line of swimmers coming down the pool. Over in lane 1, Phoebe Love maybe just getting the edge on them. So lane 1 going well, nice at the moment. And it is going to be Phoebe, I think, who is going to take this one. This one from PBSC. And she takes it in 30.89. Just wait for confirmation of them. Got a couple of very odd times coming up on the board, which will need to be sorted out. One swimmer credited with a 19.52. She'd be delighted if she got that. I think that would have been the world record, but that's now been corrected, and the 1, 2, 3 is now up for you. Phoebe Love first, Jennifer Sharp in second, and Eleanor Bloor third. 30.89, 31.95, the top 2 times. On to heat 5. So we have Sophie Cox in 1, Emma Williams in 2, Hannah Davis in 3, Bethan Connolly in 4, Lydia Stratford in 5, Nicole Parrish in 6, Olivia Handley in 7, and Ellen Scholes in 8. So times here, 30.4 up to 32.5, so should be a bit more spacing out here. And it is lane 4, the fastest entry time, Bethan Connolly of City of Cardiff, and she is taking the honours here, 30.28, 2/10 inside her entry time, and the fastest time so far on the 5 heats that we've had. There she is in the blue of Cardiff on her cap, making her way out, and there is the 1, 2, 3. Bethan Connolly 30.28, Hannah Davis second 30.76, and Sophie Cox third 31.09. 2 more heats then in this girls 50 butterfly. Heat 6 ready to go. And off they go. Ellie Cox in 1, Jessica Devereaux in 2, Laura Q in 3, Tiffany Bachelet in 4, Megan Squire in 5, Zena Al-Kelabi in 6, Rachel Heesum in 7, and Abby Hayward in 8. So lanes 5 and 6 up to the 4 here. Megan Squire and Zena Al-Kelabi. And it's going to be between these 2 Cardiff girls. And it looks like lane 5 just getting it. That is Megan Squire, 30.29, just 100th slower than her teammate Bethan Connolly in the previous heat. So I think there could be a good Cardiff scrap to come in the final. And the 1, 2, 3 is there for you now. Megan Squire, 30.29. Zena Al-Kelabi, second, 30.51. Tiffany Bachelet of East Lothian in third, 31.23. So final heat of these 50s. Gives a chance to draw breath after this one. Fastest time, Chloe Laforge, 30 seconds dead. Winner last year here in the 14-15 age group, moving up this year to the 16 to 18, so let's see how she does here. So off we go. We have Annie Keppel-Palmer in 1, Rachel Richards in 2, Natasha Johnson in 3, Chloe Laforge in 4, Zoe Holmes in 5, Ellen Gordon in 6, Kirsty Hunter in 7, Ruth Bridgman in 8. In fact, no swimmer in lane 5. So 7 here competing. And again, it's pretty tight here. Looks like Chloe Laforge does just have the edge in lane 4, but lane 1 up there and lane 7 as well. But it is lane 4, Chloe Laforge, who takes it 30.57. So not quite as fast as the earlier heats and a wee bit off her entry time, but maybe saving that for the final this evening. Annie Keppel-Palmer in second, 30.80. And Natasha Johnson in third, 31. Had a tie for third there. Natasha Johnson and Kirsty Hunter, both on 31.10. Of course, we saw terrific swimming from Kirsty Hunter last night. 2 goals, 200 breaststroke, followed up by 200 IM. So I wonder if that will be good enough to get her into the 50-fly final as well. Annie Keppel-Palmer, who was in that last heat as well, a gold medalist last night, 200 individual medley in the 14-15 age group. And I'm sure we'll be seeing her again this evening as well in that, with her time of 30.80. So next up we have the boys 200 individual medley. We've got loads of heats in this one, 15 in all. So settle back, make sure you've got your coffee mug charged. Get your mobile ready to tweet us. Hashtag BGSN Live. That's hashtag BGSN Live. Tell us how you think it's going so far. Tell us who you're supporting. And a big shout out for them. So of course we're moving ends of the pool for the start, so it always just takes a little while to get the setup reconfigured for this new event, and they've done that now, so ready to go with Heat 1. So here we go. We have Thomas Christie Smith from City of Leicester in lane 1. 2 is Jack Brame of Swim Gwyneth. 3 Jake Scott of Pembrokeshire County. 4 Evan Rayner of Llantrisant. 5 John Cooper, City of Leeds. 6 Nathan Larner, also of City of Leeds. 7 Theo Sava of Cardiff. And 8 Sean Williams of Novio Sirga. Just hearing news of a disqualification in that last event. That was fortunately Zina Al-Kelabi in Heat 6, lane 6, so unfortunate for her. Meanwhile, we're halfway through the backstroke leg of this first heat, and it's Llantrisant's Evan Rayner who's got himself now a lead of about a body length as they come towards halfway. Touches the blocks, 1:18.03. Lead of about 2.5 seconds on John Cooper beside him. So Llantrisant and City of Leeds first and second. Both sort of goldy yellow caps. And you can see it looks like the Leeds boy, John Cooper, is making some ground in the breaststroke. He's just about on terms now. Coming up nicely on the far side, Thomas Christie Smith of City of Leicester. So the English boys making a bit of a mark now, led by John Cooper in lane 5, so he's going to have the advantage at the 150, 2:09.70. And his lead now over Evan Rayner is 2 seconds, so he's turned a 2-second deficit into a 2-second lead in that breaststroke, 4-second turnaround. And he is showing no sign of giving that up in the freestyle. He's now about 4 meters clear of Evan Rayner, who will hold second. Fairly good scrap for third place on the far side, Thomas Christie Smith and Jack Brame, but the win taken by John, 2:45.63. Nice PB, 4.5 seconds. So we'll just wait for confirmation of that result. Looks like they're still waiting to get one of the times in, and they've got that now. So it looks like it was John Cooper first. There's confirmation now. Evan Rayner second, and Jack Brame third as Heat 2 gets underway. So in Heat 2, we have Callum Arris of Chase in lane 1. In 2 is Kyle Job of Pennyreal. 3 is Samuel Lawton of Keynsham. 4, Ethan Gregson of Mould. 5, William Watkins of Bridgend. 6, Thomas Thorpe of Wrexham. 7, Jack Llewellyn of Swim Swansea. And in lane 8, Ben Mottram of Pembrokeshire County. So we're into the second length of the backstroke. And it's a good competitive tussle here on the near side of the pool. That's Thomas Thorpe, Jack Llewellyn and Ben Mottram, all fairly close together here. Lane 7 just with the advantage at halfway, 1:16.06. But not a lot in it here. See what breaststroke does to it. Empty lane in lane 2 in this one, so it's just 7 swimmers swimming in this one. Still the 3 on the near side battling it out in breaststroke, and maybe Jack just coming under a little pressure from Ben Mottram and Thomas Thorpe. Thomas Thorpe in particular in lane 6, the boy from Wrexham. It's just moving up now. Also starting to make a move in lane 4 now is Ethan Gregson of Mould. So the boys from North Wales making their presence felt here. Thomas Thorpe in particular, 2:08.40 with 50 to go. About a second, 1.3 seconds faster than the first heat at the 1:50 mark. See if he comes under any sort of pressure in the freestyle. I think he might. Coming back at him is Jack Llewellyn in lane 7. Ethan Gregson not out of it here, but still just Thomas in lane 6 holding on. So let's see if he can hold off the challenge as they come towards the final 5. This is going to be close here. Jack Llewellyn pushing hard, but Thomas Thorpe does hang on to take it. 2:45.40. And a nice improvement on his entry time of 5 seconds. Jack Llewellyn taking second there, 2:45.79 ahead of Ethan Gregson. Just waiting for confirmation of that. And I'm delighted to be joined now by Hugh Griffiths, the Swim Wales National Disability Manager. Welcome to you, Hugh. So Hugh, you'll be giving us some insight into some of these swimmers and what you're seeing. As we move on to Heat 3, introduce them. Cameron Thomas of Aberystwyth in 1. Sean Johnson of Swim Gwynedd in 2. William Robinson of Wolverhampton in 3. Rhys Jones of City of Cardiff in 4. Jake Lambert, City of Leeds in 5. Blair Watritt of Dumfries in 6. James Waite of Holywell in 7. And Daniel Marotta of Swim Swansea in lane 8. So in the individual medley, Hugh, what are we looking for here?
Obviously, important to get a good lead, especially going into the breaststroke and off that final turn into the freestyle leg. Then see who's the strongest and the fittest. We've had some pretty tight races already today, so it does come down to those inches in every stroke pull through. So yeah, again looking on the backstroke now, it's there's some close swimmers at the minute. So yeah, looking good.
James Waite and Sean Johnson, the two who are pretty much together. Although maybe just a slightly delayed touch there for James. So 1:17.58, Sean Johnson given the touch there. That's a little slower than the previous heat, about a second and a half back on that. So some catching up to do on that in the breaststroke leg. Over on the far side, Cameron Thomas rather, of Aberystwyth is looking to try and pick up in the breaststroke leg. Also the City of Leeds guy, Jake Lambert, in lane 5, but it's still the two in the red caps. Swem Gwyneth, Sean Johnson and James Waite of Holywell. Let's see who's going to get the touch at the 150. It looks like lane 2 just. It is, although it didn't come up on the board, so certainly looks like Sean just about had it, but it's all to play for down the freestyle lead, so this is where the fitness comes in, you were talking about.
Yep, definitely, and it looks like lanes 6 and 7 as well. 5 and 6 are coming into it as well. Yep, the swimmer in lane 6, which I think is Blair Wattrett,
yes.
from Dumfries. He's come in strong, but I don't think anyone's going to catch the swimmer in lane 2, Sean Johnson.
Yeah, it is Sean Johnson. Pretty comfortable win for him in the end. A good second half to his race. 2:44.96, so picked it up nicely. And improves on his entry time by 4.5 seconds or thereabout. So all the swimmers are now in, but...
yeah, certainly it's a tough race, the IM. I mean, you've got to be... you certainly got to be strong in all the strokes. You can't afford to have a weakness in any, really, and fitness does play such a big part.
Yeah, and possibly James Waite just feeling the effects of that in the second half. They're just fading a little bit. But there is the 1, 2, 3 for you. Sean Johnson, Blair Wattrett and Cameron Thomas. So moving on to Heat 4, we have Oliver Thompson of Royal Wolverhampton, Kelvin Davies of Wrexham in 2, Matthew Waldholm of Peterborough in 3, Nathan Wallace of Hereford in 4, Samuel Johnson of Dumfries in 5, James Bilbao of Hereford in 6, Kelvin Cockcroft of Aquabears in 7, and Tom Wilton of City of Canterbury in lane 8. Entry times here 2:46 to 2:48. So they'll be looking to improve on the 2:44.96, the fastest time we've seen so far. Nathan Wallace leading at the 50. So Nathan from Hereford. Guess there's English clubs close to the Welsh border. Do you see quite a lot of them here in Swansea?
Yeah, definitely. In particular, clubs like Hereford, City of Gloucester seem to come to a lot of events as well. But what's good is seeing quite a range of them now coming from further afield as well. The Scottish are always very good supporters of the Swim Wales event as well. But yeah, there's some strong clubs that are around that England-Wales border.
Yep. So it is Nathan Wallace of Hereford who leads at halfway, 1:16.20. And beside him, you were talking about the Scottish presence, so Dumfries' Samuel Johnson is showing his breaststroke form, and alongside him, James Bilbao, another Hereford swimmer. So it's Scottish borders versus English-Welsh borders battle here, but it's the Dumfries Dolphin who has put in an absolutely terrific breaststroke leg. And he has turned this around completely on its head as they come to 150, 160. Well, let's just check that time. I don't think that is right. He's given us a split of 1:16.20. I think he'd be pretty pleased with that at 150.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that was a strong breaststroke leg. It's giving him so much room, and I think he's just pulling away nicely now in the front crawl.
Yeah, it looks like his time has got stuck on 1:16.20, which was his 100 split, but this is an emphatic performance from the boy from Dumfries, and he is going to lead them in by nearly 10 metres from the two Hereford boys who are having their own battle. James Bilbao just now with the edge on the early leader, Nathan Wallace, but Samuel Johnson, his time does come up at the end, 2:35.97, so absolutely demolishing his entry time at 2:46. So I'm sure that the Dumfries coaching fraternity will be highly pleased with that.
Yeah, that was a great swim. it wasn't much between him and the two Hereford swimmers coming off or going into that breaststroke leg, but he really pulled it through on that breaststroke leg. Just pulled away from them nicely, and it was only really him in it towards the end.
Yep, impressive stuff indeed. So confirmation that it was second place James Bilbao and third Nathan Wallace as we move on to Heat 5. And in this one we've got Johan Evans in 1 for Bridgend, Matthew Emerson of Sevenoaks in 2, Greg Roberts of Dundee City Aquatics in 3, Josh Lewis of Thanet in 4, Charlie Reid of City of Leicester in 6, 7 is Morgan Pemberton of Neath, and 8 David Wilson of Sevenoaks. So pretty much the whole of the UK represented in this one, from the southeast, Thanet and Sevenoaks, up to Dundee, and the Welsh represented with Bridgend's Johan Evans and Neath's Morgan Pemberton. In fact, no swimmer in lane 4 in this one, so Josh Lewis not with us. It looks like lane 6, Charlie Reid just has the advantage coming down the backstroke leg. He's about 2 meters up on a line of 5 swimmers, all there or thereabouts for second place. So Charlie 1:15.47, about a second faster than the previous heat at halfway. Of course, we then saw Samuel Johnson turn on the gas after the backstroke when they turned into breaststroke, so it'll be interesting to see how these guys do. Good tussle over on the far side. Johan Evans, Matthew Emerson and Greg Roberts all pretty much side by side and not that far away from the leader. Still Charlie Reid in lane 6. And Charlie has held that advantage in the breaststroke. Also moving up nicely in lane 8 though is David Wilson of Sevenoaks.
I think we're in for quite a good battle on that far side with those 3 swimmers, Johan, Matthew and Greg.
Yep, I think they're out of contention now for the top places, and it's very much looking like Charlie is going to see off all competition here. Just edging into second now, Morgan Pemberton in lane 7, the Neath boy. And he is closing, but running out of pool space, so Charlie Reid takes it 2:41.31. Well, that was interesting. So halfway mark, he was a second faster than Samuel Johnson the previous heat, but it ended up 5 seconds slower.
Yeah, I think that maybe comes down again to that great breaststroke leg that Samuel put in the last heat. Maybe a little bit of fitness as well, but I think that really does show how good that breaststroke leg was for Sam in the last heat.
And you've got to be able to show it across all 4 disciplines, of course, in this IM as we move on to Heat 6. In lane 1, we have James Wilton, City of Canterbury. 2 is Oliver Willis of Street. 3, Jamie Aldred of Otters. 4 is Luke Maloney of Otters. 5, David Nichols of Cardigan Swimming. 6, Colm Tobin of Pembrokeshire County. Sam Phippen is in 7 for Otters, and the Welsh Independent, Llewellyn Wake in lane 8. So leading the way, 33.03, Jamie Aldred after the fly. I always feel the butterfly is a little bit of the hors d'oeuvre in the 200 IM. Doesn't ever seem to be critical to the success. It's what you've got to get through to get to the main course. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I think as with a lot of things, you can't win it off that start, but I think you can certainly lose it. And yeah, it just tends to be almost the warm-up for what's coming up afterwards. It probably obviously helps to be a good breaststroker, but a butterflyer, but I don't think it's the most important though.
So very close at halfway, 3 swimmers turning pretty much together. Just Luke Maloney in lane 4, just getting the touch from Sam Phippen in 7, and in lane 3, Jamie Aldred. Again, it's still remaining tight in the breaststroke. Keep an eye on the far side. That's Canterbury's James Wilton. He's moving up nicely. Also in lane 4, Luke Maloney, who was the leader. Still just about maybe hanging on to the lead, although beside him, Jamie Aldred. Right with him now. So it's these three, I think, now, lanes 1, 3 and 4. Pretty close together. Lane 7 not too far away either. Sam Phippen at the touch. It is Jamie Aldred. 2:04.33 by nearly half a second. We'll see if he can hold that together in the freestyle. So far so good. Half a length to go. He looks to have the edge. Sam Phippen, Llewellyn Wake on the near side, battling for second along with James Wilton in lane 1, but Jamie Aldred in the end by about 2.5 meters, just on the 2:40 mark. 2:40.01. Sam Phippen look to get second there, 2:41.83. James Wilton behind him. Look a bit puffing there.
Yeah, so I think there was a case of a good turn, a strong finish, and a couple of the swimmers really feeling the effects towards the end and dropping off slightly, but good swim all round, and certainly a great finish by Jamie in lane 3.
So you briefly saw the 1, 2, 3 on your screen, and we move on to heat 7. And we have here Jake Sykes of City of Leeds M1, Thomas Owens in lane 2, Ben Johnson in lane 3 of First, Harry Way of Chepstow in 4, Jacob Goodman of Sevenoaks in 5, Kaz Pelders of Swim Swansea in 6, Joseph McGorley of Leek in 7, and Rowan Griffiths of Birmingham in lane 8. So another fairly close affair, it looks like here. Looks like maybe Harry Way in lane 4 in as a reserve. His entry time quite a bit slower than the others, 2:52 against 2:43s, but he's holding his end up nicely in lane 4. No swimmer, in fact, in lane 2. So Thomas Owens not with us, as leading the way at halfway, the Sevenoaks swimmer Jacob Goodman, 1:13.50. So that's the fastest halfway split we've seen by a couple of seconds. Rowan Griffiths on the near side is moving nicely, as you got a nice shot there of Harry Way's breaststroke. You can see there the lead he's got on the rest of the field. It's a reasonably good one, but maybe slightly shrinking now, and in fact it is shrinking. The charge being led by lane 6, Kaz Pelders, local boy.
Yeah, I think it's worth keeping an eye on Jake Sykes in lane 1 and Rowan Griffiths in lane 8 as well, especially out in lane 1 with no one in lane 2. Maybe a bit of out of sight, out of mind, but he came through well in that breaststroke and really closed the gap on the front.
Yep, so it's all to play for coming down this final length then, particularly lanes 5 and 6, Jacob Goodman and Kaz Pelders. They are side by side battling it away here, blue cap against red cap. Kaz looks maybe just to have the edge in lane 6, but coming back at him is Jacob Goodman. The two of them side by side then as they come into the last couple of meters. It's on the touch, and that touch goes to Kaz Pelders by a couple of tenths in the end, 2:39.16. So good racing down that last leg. Definitely,
and I think it shows as well how important breaststroke is in a individual medley. I mean, Jacob really got dragged back on that breaststroke. He had a strong lead, and obviously does show how important that breaststroke leg is.
And there is confirmation of the 1-2-3. Kaz Peldas then, 2:39.16. Jacob Goodman second. And Jake Sykes in third. So heat 8 is next up. And off they go. We've got a full house of 8 swimmers here, with Brandon Bud Thomas of Novio Sirgar in 1. Thomas Britton Yemen of Abertillery in 2. Angus Guironet of Otters in 3. Aaron Harrison of City of Leeds in 4. Scott Birtles of Dundee City Aquatics in 5. Darren Galbraith of Novio Sirgar in 6. Daniel Evans from Swansea in 7. And Dyfan Thomas of Chirk Dragons in 8. Scott Birtles, the Dundonian, leading narrowly after the butterfly. They're going nicely in lane 8, Dyfan Jones. These two leading them back down the pool. Nice shot of Dyfan there in the black cap on the near side, and you can then see Scott in lane 5 in the white cap. Over on the far side, that's Brandon Bud Thomas moving up into 3rd place as they turn into the breaststroke. Dyfan 1:12.08. So again, a improvement on pace from the earlier heats, as you would expect. About a second and a half up at halfway. Do we see a breaststroke challenge coming in here, Hugh?
I'm not sure. I mean, it was a good turn from lane 8, Devon Jones from Chirk Dragons, and he seems to look the strongest at the minute on the breaststroke. But it's still pretty close. I'd say there's still 3 or 4 swimmers that are certainly within a shout on this last leg now. But I think it's Devon Jones that's leading at the minute in lane 8.
Yep. Aaron Harrison though has made a move in lane 4, so he's put himself into position to challenge now. And in fact, he has just edged it ahead of Dyfan Jones at the 150, 2:01.03. So there was a late breaststroke challenge coming in there from the boy from Leeds. And he is now up with Dyfan in the freestyle, and pushing hard to try and catch them is Scott Birtles in lane 5, the early leader after the fly. He is making a little bit of ground, but it is still, I think, Aaron and Dyfan who are going to decide it between them. Coming to the final 5, it looks like the boy from Leeds will take the honours in this heat. He does 2:36.33. So entered on 2:42.56. So has to be happy with that, you would think. 6-second improvement.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I think you'd have taken that at the start of the race somehow. So yeah, a good performance there, good personal best as well.
Yep. So again, just got a problem, I think, with one of the pads to get one of the times in. So they're still working on that before we can confirm the final result. And they're just up now. Aaron Harrison leading the way as we move on. Empty lane here in lane 2. So we have Ethan Brown of Llantrisant in 1. Gethin Jones, well, in fact, Aaron Bird of Modernians in 3. Gethin Jones of Swim Conwy in 4. Kieran Alau of Beckenham in 5. Matthew Willis of Wrexham in 6. Ben Garton of Peterborough in 7. And James Cross of Wigan Best in lane 8. Terrific start from lane 3 there. Aaron Hurd, rather. Apologies to Aaron. 31.94. So it's said that sometimes fly can't win it for you, but maybe this is the exception. That was a terrific fly leg.
Yeah, I think he's just stepped on my comment from earlier a little bit, or walked all over it. But yeah, I mean that was a great first leg from Aaron in lane 3. Fantastic first leg, actually.
And he's still got about 3 metres of advantage over lane 5, Kieran Lau, and lane 8, James Cross. A little bit of a glide into the wall there, 1:13.60. Looks like he maybe is going to come under some pressure now. Kieran Lau looking good in lane 5. On Beckenham. James Cross of Wigan. Nearly credited him to Wrexham there. The Wrexham swimmer Matthew Willis in lane 6. He's a fair way back. It does look like Kieran is going to lead at the 150. James Cross, though, is close to him. So they're just, what, 2/10 apart as they go into freestyle. A little slower now than the previous heat. And James Cross of Wigan got a nice transition into the freestyle there, and suddenly is a body length up in lane 8. And looks to be holding that advantage down the pool. And is not going to be caught. So James Cross taking it 2:37.69. Another good improvement on his entry time of 2:42.51. Kieran Lau in second place, 2:39.06, and the early leader Aaron Hurd has to settle for third, holding off Gethin Jones for that. 2:42.07. There is James looking thoughtful as his result there, 2:37.69. Kieran Lau second and Aaron Hurd third. On to Heat 10 then. George Casey, City of Canterbury in 1. Sebastian De Siena of Peterborough in 2. Jonathan Fairless, Torvin Dolphins in 3. Joe Stott, City of Leeds in 4. Ewan Mason of Novio Cigar in 5. Rhys James, City of Cardiff in 6. Joshua Loney, Swim Swansea in 7. And Benjamin Rayner, City of Leeds in lane 8. Jonathan Fairless leading the way here. Lane 3, the 14-year-old. And it is still Jonathan with the advantage, about 3 meters up. 1:08.76. So really picking up the pace from the previous heats. That's first sub 1:10. We've seen it halfway. Can anyone close that gap now? It's a pretty impressive one.
Interesting fact actually about Jonathan Fearless in lane 3. He was born without a pectoral muscle, so he's doing this with maybe a little bit less than what some of the other swimmers have got. So even more impressive performance, I think.
Right. Wow. But that doesn't allow him to classify as disability?
No, we did actually look at it last year, but he didn't quite lose enough points to become classified as a disability swimmer. But yeah, I mean, he very much obviously holds his own within AB swimming anyway. So it's in that way, maybe it's a shame that he didn't get classified, because we'd have a very good disability swimmer on our hands then.
Yeah, but if you look at this, he's absolutely demolished the field here. He's got a lead of, what, 12-13 meters here over a 3-way contest for second. But what a performance here from Jonathan Fairless. He came into this with a time of 2:39.78, smashes that 2:27.98. So that sets the cat among the pigeons.
Fantastic swim.
Absolutely thrilled with that, you would think.
Yeah,
with his
definitely.
coach. And there he is, puffing a bit, but looking fairly comfortable. And there is the summary of the result. Jonathan Fairless, 2:27.98. Rhys James in second, and Joe Stott in third. 2:35.64 and 2:36 dead. So see if anyone can get close to that 2:27.98 in the next few heats. That's going to take a bit of a challenge, I think, for them. Anyway, moving on to Heat 11, we have James Davies of City of Leicester in 1, Adam Brown of Millfield in 2, Ethan Ryland of Bevington in 3, Niall Dunn of Aquabears in 4, Ryan Retson of First in 5, Jack Boniface of Mould in 6, David Owen of City of Cardiff in 7, and Dennis Cousins of Amphibians in lane 8. So all fairly tight at the end of the fly. Ryan Retson had a terrific meet so far, 3 gold medals for the boy from Falkirk. He'll be up there, you would think, lane 5. He's certainly in the mix, but a number of them with him. Niall Dunn of Aquabears in 4. Lane 8, Dennis Cousins of Amphibians. Lane 2, Adam Brown of Millfield. I think it might be Adam in lane 2 in the green cap has just got the edge. Adam in the 13-14 age group, so 1:11.02. The 2 in the centre lanes, 2 12-year-olds, Niall Dunn and Ryan Retson side by side. Over on the far side, James Davies of City of Leicester. Looking hard, so is Jack Boniface of Mould in the white cap in lane 6. But still, it's the Millfield swimmer, Adam Brown, with the advantage. Holding by a metre or so on, I think Niall Dunn maybe just in second now. Well, in fact, correct that. Well, Jack Boniface, didn't see that one coming.
No, I mean, that was
7.96.
Jack seemed quite a way out of it, turning into the breaststroke, and now he's in the lead. So that was a fantastic leg, but he's being brought back in now by Ryan Retson by the looks of things. Certainly evening it up with those 3 swimmers in 2, 5 and 6. But it looks like Ryan Retson's gonna just finish this off with a good final 50.
Yeah, it was a terrific second half from Ryan, and he comes in 2:32.11, and I make that a new summer record for the boy from First. The previous record standing 2:33.73, so congratulations to Ryan, 2:32.11. Should be very happy with that. And confirmation of the 1, 2, 3 for you there. Ryan Retson first, Jack Boniface second, 2:33.79. Dennis Cousins third in 2:34.36, just 300ths ahead of Adam Brown. So on to Heat 12, we've got Morgan Sutton of Bridgend in 1, David Fryer-Winder of Leek in 2, Iestyn Cole of Novio Cigar in 3, Andrew Flanagan, City of Cardiff in 4, Thilo Coutier-Lilly of Aberystwyth in 5, Kieran Williams swims Swansea in 6, Rhys Childs of City of Leicester in 7, and Ryan Lynham of Nexus Valleys in lane 8. So it looks like, well, again, a couple of empty lanes, in fact, lane 3 and lane 5. Decided to take the morning off. And opening the door maybe for some of the others. Kieran Williams swims Swansea in lane 6, and Morgan Sutton of Bridgend in 1. So 2 from South Wales leading the show here. Morgan is going to turn in the lead over on the far side, 1:12.46. In lane 2 we have David Fryer-Winder of Leek. Winder or Winder?
I'd go with Winder, maybe.
Right, okay. Tweet us if you know better, or if you're his mum or dad. Winder or Winder, the question of the morning. But at the front still, Morgan Sutton of Bridgend. So these Welsh boys, will they swim against each other quite a lot?
Yeah, there's quite a few events that are throughout the year, and I'd imagine that that they all swim against each other on a fairly regular basis. There's quite a strong competition base with Swim Wales now. I mean, this event in particular had record numbers enter for it. Quite a few had to be scratched because the entries were so big. So the competitions are getting bigger and bigger, and the standards raising with it. So it's great.
Good news for the event. Of course, unfortunate for the swimmers who missed out, but we've got a cracking finish here. Andrew Flanagan, who just came up in the breaststroke, hanging on in the end by the skin of his teeth. 2:31.75 for him. So good second half from the Cardiff boy. 3 seconds inside his entry time. Just touching out Morgan Sutton for second place for Morgan. And it was David Fryer Winder in third place, 2:34.60. And we should get confirmation of that any moment now as we see Andrew relaxing on the ropes. There is the confirmation. Andrew Flanagan first, Morgan Sutton second, and David Fryer Winder third. On to Heat 13 then. We have Edward Bromley of Lincoln Vulcans in 1, Gareth Haberfield of First in 2, Alex Hadley of Aquabears in 3, Matthew Williams of Torfaen Dolphins in 4, Kane Rabanal Hunt of Dulwich Dolphins in 5, Niall Lewis, Pembrokeshire County in 6, and Benjamin Lewis of Redditch in lane 8. So just with the touch there, only by 500ths. Matthew Williams, Torfaen, 37-2.
White without? Americano. White milk edition, yeah? What size?
So coming towards halfway. Apologies for the slight hiatus there, putting in the coffee order. Needs a bit of caffeine to keep things going in this very busy morning session.
Things have got to be put into priority, I think, haven't they?
Yeah. Swimming's one thing, caffeine's quite another. But in the front of this race, Matthew Williams from Kane Rabanal Hunt. Over on the far side, Edward Bromley. A fair cross-country trip from him from Lincoln. I suppose there's a fast road from Lincoln to Swansea. But he's got here. Sitting in third place at the moment as the two in the centre lanes turning into the freestyle. Matthew leading Kane by about a second. And looking like he's holding that in the freestyle. About a body length clear still. Coming up to the 15-metre marker. So he'll not be caught now. So the boy from Torfaen. 2:22.70 is entry time. It's going to be just outside that, 2:23.21. Always a little bit of a disappointment when you don't do a PV, but hopefully that will be comfortably good enough to put him into the seedings final, so he should get another go. Certainly comfortably the fastest we've seen so far.
Yeah, it looks like Torfaen having a pretty good meet actually as well, especially with the IM that we've seen this morning. Jonathan Fearless doing really well. They've got a good program up in Torfaen as well, so it's good to see that the swimmers are coming through.
And confirmation there of the final result. Matthew Williams first, Kane Rabanal Hunt in second, and Niall Lewis in third. So we move on to Heat 14. George Johnson of Dumfries in 1, Axel Sauko Parvola in 2, from City of Leicester. 3 is Ellis Lawson of First, 4 Adam Poole of Warrington, 5 James Gilly of Welsh Independence, 6 Jordan Dodd of Bevington, 7 Thomas Stevens of Swim Swansea, and 8 Scott Lilburn of First. 29.91 Adam Poole of Warrington leading the way here. Adam in the 13-14 age group, part of quite a strong Warrington crew. Good strong program. Warrington always has some very competitive swimmers. James Gilly, Welsh Independent in lane 5. Ellis Lawson of First in lane 3. So those three all pretty close now. Just Adam still with the touch, 109.28. Just comparing that with the previous heat, slightly slower, about a second slower. But the good competitive contest here, you expect them to push each other on. Still Adam Poole looks to be holding the advantage. Lane 5, James Gilly, maybe his nearest competitor now. The full cut boy Ellis Lawson just a little bit off the pace of the leading two now as they turn for home. Just 0.3 apart. Adam 151.22.
James Gilly got a really good turn as well off that breaststroke. It really, from going from just behind to being just in front. I mean, that was a really strong turn, which is something obviously we will try and put into all the swimmers, that those turns are just as important as what you do with your stroke as well.
And particularly in the IM, when you're transitioning into the new stroke, it's quite a specialist skill, isn't it?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, I think it's maybe something that isn't practiced enough within club programs.
Yep. So very good swim there from James, 2:22.82. So improves on his entry time by 0.6, and that becomes the new fastest time we've seen, with one heat to go.
Just a confirmation on the name query we had. David Winder, or Fryer Winder, came up and confirmed that it is actually Winder, not Winder.
Okay, so thanks very much to Kyle for sorting that one out for us. That big controversy is now resolved as we go to the final heat. Joshua Monroe, City of Leicester, goes in 1. Thomas Ryan of City of Leicester in 2. Kyle Booth, City of Cardiff in 3. Benjamin Lawton of Aquasulis in 4. Cameron Croot, Swim Swansea in 5. Callum Mitchell of First in 6. Richard Mawson, City of Leeds in 7. And Henry Bramwell Reeks of Poole in 8. Good start in lane 5. That's Cameron Crook of Swim Swansea. Cameron Croot. And after a good fly, he's still pushing on hard in the backstroke. About 2 meters up now, with the rest, well, pretty much the rest of the field all tightly bunched, 6 of them. Cameron. Just getting some news of some disqualifications coming in from earlier heats, including Jonathan Fellis, who won heat 10, so that will be disappointing for him because it was a brilliant swim. So he'll be very disappointed to be disqualified in that. David Owens in the following heat, heat 11, and Reece Childs in heat 12, also falling foul of the referee. But back to this final heat. It's a cracking battle now between Benjamin Lawson and Cameron Croot. Again, a nice transition into the freestyle from Cameron there. The Swansea boy. And now a full body length up and showing a lot of power down this final length. Entry time for Cameron 2:23.20. It's going to be inside that. So nice way to finish off this event. 2:21.67. Benjamin Lawton has to settle for second, 2:24.34, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him tonight in the final. Third place looks to be Richard Mawson out of lane 7, the City of Leeds swimmer. 2:29.04, so nice improvement from him as a final swimmer. I think was a reserve coming in. Always tough for a reserve to come into the fastest heat and makes him look slow, but he was pretty close to his entry time, 2:53. Entry 2:58. As the swimmers just make their way out of the pool, we'll wait for the summary. Here it is. Cameron Crute then, 2:21.67. Benjamin Lawton second, 2:24.34. And Richard Mawson third, 2:29.04. So 15 heats from the boys, and welcome to 15 heats for the girls.
Yeah, certainly is a big program, but if the girls follows what the boys just did, it should be quite an enjoyable 15 heats.
Yep. And we start off with a full heat for heat 1. We have Lauren Johns in lane 1, Morven Adams in 2, Keely Smith in 3, India Ford in 4, Rebecca Kleins in 5, Megan Warrender in 6, Ella Cowan in 7, and Chloe Davis in 8. So the times in this first heat, 2:58, 2:59. So it should be a pretty close one. Rebecca Kleins just leading after the fly, 36.92. Rebecca from the City of Leeds. Very strong contingent come down from Leeds to this event. Great to have them. They've made their presence felt around the pool.
Yeah, and you always know you're going to have a good standard of swimming when Leeds brings some swimmers down. I mean, they have got a very, very good program up there. They've produced some great swimmers, and yeah, it's always nice to have them down in Swansea and raising the standard to bring through the Welsh swimmers as well. So.
And Rebecca is doing her bit for the Leeds cause as she turns into breaststroke 1:21.21. Slightly better turns from some of the swimmers behind her. India Ford, Keely Smith in lanes 4 and 3. I'm sure you'll be glad to know that the coffee supplies are now in. Hope you're also keeping yourselves well topped up as we watch this very interesting third morning session. Rebecca Kleins is holding her own in the breaststroke here. So any challenge not really materialising as yet. India Ford in second place in lane 4, the girl from Swim Swansea. So they'll be the 1-2 turning. Well, no time coming up for Rebecca Kleins at the 150 mark, but she definitely has the lead. India Ford behind her. So they're the two. Not too much between them now, as you can see on your screens. About half a metre, and India is definitely closing up now. So with 20 metres to go, there's a race on here. Can the leader throughout hang on in this last 10 metres? She's going to have to push on because India, I think, is smelling blood here. And India from Swansea gets a good home victory in this first heat. Very nicely judged there. 2:51.54. Big improvement on her entry time as well.
Yeah, good finish there by India Ford. I think her longer reach might have helped her a little bit. Rebecca only being 10 and a little bit shorter, but still for Rebecca Kleins, a very good swim, a very strong swim, and maybe one to look out for the future.
So there you can see India as we summarise. India Ford first, Rebecca Kleins second, Megan Warrender third. So on to Heat 2. They said they get on with things here at Swansea. Ala O'Rourke of Aberystwyth in 1, Amy Dixon, City of Sunderland in 2, Arabella Haley of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Kimmy Buchanan of First in 4, Mena Phillips of Pembrokeshire County in 5, Rebecca Meredith of Llantrisant in 6, Lucy Davidson, City of Canterbury in 7, and Chloe Parker-Mead of City of Leicester in lane 8. It's the Sunderland girl who looked to be turning first, although another one where the time didn't come up on the scoreboard. But over in lane 2, you can see in the screen with a clear advantage. Amy Dixon, another one who's had a long trip down from the northeast of England, but starting to be challenged now, particularly lane 5. That is Mena Phillips of Pembrokeshire County. And also coming up nicely in 3, her teammate Arabella Haley. In the yellow cap, lane 6 also showing is Rebecca Meredith. So 4 swimmers all within about half a metre of each other. Amy still with the touch, 1:22.88. Stage set for someone to make a charge in the breaststroke, you feel here.
Yeah, again, I think Amy lost a little bit on the turn there. I think she sort of misjudged where that wall was and didn't quite get the turn that she wanted out of it. But she seems to be holding a bit better with the breaststroke now. So hopefully she didn't lose too much.
Yep. So Arabella Haley, maybe the one that's taken advantage of that in lane 3 in that black and red cap, and she is leading them down the breaststroke leg. Lane 6 is Rebecca Meredith. And those two pretty much together, 2:14.24 and 2:14.37 respectively at the 150 split. So let's see who is the better freestyler between them, or can somebody else come up and spoil the party. Kimmy Buchanan maybe having a go, but she's got a lot of ground to make up. I don't think that's going to happen. Arabella Haley is the one who looks the most likely in lane 3, and she's now body length up and looking strong. She leads them home in the end pretty comfortably, 2:51.77, 5 seconds inside her entry time for the youngster, just 11 years old. Looks like Rebecca Meredith taking second there, 2:54.88 from Kimmy Buchanan. Get confirmation of that in a moment as we enjoy a nice shot there of Arabella, although she's turned her back on us now. And there you have it, Arabella Haley from Rebecca Meredith and Kimmy Buchanan. So on to Heat 3. Tamsin Wilmshurst of Thanet in 1, Caitlin Ward swims Swansea in 2, Chloe Wilshire of Bridgend in 3, Robin Gilson of Abertillery in 4, Katie Norris of Otters in 5, Abigail Rylance of Leyland Barracudas in 6, Rebecca Fisher, City of Leeds in 7, and Caris Clark of Otters in lane 8. A great start in 7 from another Leeds girl, Rebecca Fisher. 34.29 at the first turn. And her lead about a body length on lane 4. Abertillery's Robin Gilson. So, yellow cap of Leeds. Very familiar sight in British swimming. And worn with distinction at the moment by Rebecca Fisher, 1:16.37, so good pick up in pace from the earlier heat, some 6.5 seconds faster than the last one, and an advantage of about 3-4 meters over Robin Gilson, with lane 2 starting to move up. Caitlin Ward of Swim Swansea. And she is looking strong there in lane 2. Do you think she can catch the leader?
Oh, I'm not sure. Rebecca Fisher's looking really strong in lane 7. I think that's quite a gap. Breaststroke's looking good. Hopefully she gets a good turn off this now, set her up well for the final leg. But certainly a very strong swim from lane 7.
Yeah.
From again, like you said, the lead swimmer.
So 2:05.20 for her as she turns into the freestyle, and a big advantage now of 7 seconds. So there was no challenge, as you suggested, Hugh, in that breaststroke leg. So this is very much the Rebecca Fisher show, with a mighty scrap going on for second place. Coming up nicely, Abigail Rylance in lane 6, the Leyland Barracuda, but looking maybe slightly tired now, but emphatic win for Rebecca Fisher. 2:42.51, another huge PB on her entry time, 2:55.90, so well done to her. The 12-year-old from Leeds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a pretty commanding performance all round. And like I said, if you're going to come out of it with a 13-second personal best, then I think you're going to be relatively happy with that one, I think.
Relatively happy, ecstatic possibly. But, yeah, a coach might be relatively happy. The swimmer can be ecstatic.
I don't think coaches are ever really happy, I think.
So on to heat 4. Natasha Cook of Sevenoaks in 1, Alexandra Bartley of Birmingham in 2, Rachel Maylard of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Louisa Twigg, Pembrokeshire County in 4, Lauren Wilson of Boldmere in 5, Lowry Pierce of Swim Swansea in 6, Fionn Andrews, Nexus Valleys in 7, and Isabel Anwill of Swim Flintshire in lane 8. So it's lanes 5 and 6 pretty much together there. Lowry Pierce and Lauren Wilson. Touch going to Lowry, 35.97. But it looks like Lauren may just have moved clear now in the backstroke in lane 5. She definitely has. She's about 2 meters up now, and Fionn Andrews now alongside Lowry Pierce in lane 7. Lane 4, Louisa Twigg in that group as well. Behind Boldmere's Lauren Wilson. 1:17.77 for her as they go into breaststroke. Over on the far side, Natasha Cook of Sevenoaks could be the outside smoker in this one. Not sure you're allowed to use that term anymore. With smoking bans on, need to think of another term. You can tweet in your suggestions. For a brilliant swim out of an outside lane. What should we call that nowadays in a PC world? Meanwhile, still, it is Lauren Wilson in lane 5.
I think we've seen some strong swims from the outside lanes as well. I mean, it certainly hasn't been the swimmers that are down the middle. Lanes 1 and 8 have certainly contributed to the events today as well. So just goes to show you don't have to be in the middle lanes to be the fastest or to be in the best shape.
Yeah, nice breaststroke from Isabel in lane 8 in particular, but battle is very much on here, coming down the last length. Still Lauren just about holding them off. Louisa Twigg beside her. So these two, I think, will be first and second. Similar looking caps. 2 different clubs, though. Lauren taking the honours, 2:49.87 coming up as the unofficial time at the moment for her. 2:50.25, Louisa Twigg. And third place, Natasha Cook. 2:51.79.
It was a nice 9-second PB as well for Louisa Twig. Especially coming into the final 25. She just didn't quite have enough. It looked like she was making a bit of ground, but she was being held off just enough. But still, 9-second PB is, I'm sure should be pleased with that.
And we move on to Heat 5 then. Again, all 8 lanes occupied with Elfie Newbury in lane 1, Demi Evans in 2, Alice Glover in 3, Catherine Fry in 4, Annalise Bainan in 5, Amy McCrosty in 6, Anna Vickery in 7, and Rebecca Lee Black in lane 8. Catherine Fry of Novio-Siagar with the narrow lead. The Novio-Siagar, one of the performance groupings.
Yes, they're the performance centre for Carmarthenshire. Them and Pembrokeshire really are producing some strong West Wales swimmers. But yeah, Novio-Siagar, that's Carmarthenshire Performance Centre, which is head coached by Austin Shortman, former Commonwealth Games sprinter. So yeah, they're certainly in good hands, I think, as well.
So I'm sure an ambitious programme, and Catherine will be looking to push on for her. It's the Dundee swimmer Amy McCrosty as her main challenger at the moment in lane 6. The white cat with that blue and green detail on it. So another ones who've made the trip down south along with their Scottish colleagues of Dumfries and First. And Amy has put in a nice breaststroke set here, and she's taken it over. 2:08.48. So about to move into a brand new spanking 50-metre pool in Dundee. So we're looking for great things from the Dundee programme in the next couple of years. And Amy is doing them proud, and she'll not be caught now. The early leader, Catherine Fry, is in battle for second place with Rebecca Lee Black of Swim Swansea. I think Rebecca Lee may just have the edge there. Amy McCrosty, though, is about 3 metres clear, and she comes in. Well, again, no time coming up for her, so we'll wait for confirmation of that. Rebecca Lee's time 2:49.42 appears, and Catherine's 2:50.73. There is Amy hanging on for dear life. Well, now just easing herself onto the rope as she puffs and blows a bit. Still no time coming up for her on the scoreboard. There it is now, 2:47.37, and the confirmation there. 2:49.42 for Rebecca Lee, and Catherine 2:50.73 in third. So on to Heat 6. We've got no swimmer here in lane 7. So the 7 swimmers in the pool are Molly Smithfield of Swim Gwynedd in 1, Mia James of Heads of Valleys in 2, Lauren King of Newport in 3, Charlotte Rego of Birmingham in 4, Ella Vikins of Trowbridge in 5, Elizabeth Arnold Swim Swansea in 6, and Poppy Bramwell Reeks of Bournemouth in 8. So coming out of the butterfly, it's the girl in lane 1, 35.90, Molly Smithfield, Swim Gwynedd swimmer. But I think she's been overhauled now. Lane 5 is Ella Vikins, Trowbridge. Lane 8 also going nicely, the Bournemouth swimmer. South Coast, Poppy Bramwell Reeks. Also lane 6, Elizabeth Arnold, the local girl. But in fact, all 7 swimmers are still very much in contention here as they go through into the breaststroke. 1:19.96. Ella Vikins just getting the touch.
Looks like this is going to be set up for a pretty close finish. almost all 8 swimmers or 7 swimmers are in a flat line. So so looking good for the last 75 meters now.
Yep, a bit of a move being made by Ella Vikins, who did just get the touch at halfway, but she's certainly got a more secure lead now coming down the breaststroke leg in lane 5. The others still much of a muchness behind her. Couple of meters back though from Ella. So Ella, another 11-year-old, 2:50.94 her entry time. Fastest so far still some time ago, Rebecca Fisher, 2:42.51. So that's still the target. 2:08.41 for Ella as she turns into freestyle. Lane 6 may be the one who might put in a challenge, Elizabeth Arnold of Swim Swansea. But she's got a lot of ground to make up in the final 15. I don't think that will be possible for her. It's closing a little bit. But Ella, fairly comfortable, comes in 2:46.80.
Swim Wales' chief operating officer will be very happy with that, because Elizabeth Arnold's actually his daughter, so I'm sure he'd be quite impressed with that.
Ah, well, that's good.
Got to give a word in for the hierarchy, haven't I? So.
Always good for family harmony. So moving ever onwards, we've got to heat 7 out of the 15 in this girls 10 to 13 200 IM. In this one we have Isabel Cockerham of Leyland Barracudas in 1, Charlotte Gibbs of City of Leeds in 2, Lucy Allen of First in 3, Sophie Smith of St Thomas in 4, Rachel Bate of Warrington in 5, Tia Vyas of City of Leicester in 6, Abigail Jack, City of Leeds in 7, and her teammate Megan Bannon in lane 8. So lane 4, Sophie Smith of St Thomas, based in Arbroath, north of Dundee in Angus. So think of your beef, Aberdeen Angus, and you're in that part of the country. But she's been overhauled on the backstroke, I think, by one of the 2 Leeds girls on the near side, Megan Bannon. About a body length up now. Again, some of these boards just not playing ball with us today, and no touch coming up there for Megan at the halfway point. But no doubt she's still leading the way from Sophie Smith, who's still holding second, and behind her Rachel Bate of Warrington. Also going nicely over in lane 1, Isabel Cockerham of Leyland, but still lane 8. So these outside lanes continue to go well. So what's the modern terminology for that? Tweet us in. 2:05.41, her time coming up this time, and she's not going to be caught now, I don't think. Megan with a 2:50 entry time, so I think we're going to see a good BB here. The race for second is getting pretty hot here. 4 swimmers in a line. Lane 3 coming up strongly. Lucy Allen first, battling her fellow Scot, Sophie Smith. But it is Megan Bannon by a good distance who takes it, 2:44.21. So 6-second improvement for Megan on her entry time. That battle for second, only 200ths in it in the end, but it's Sophie Smith just hanging on. So she was in second for pretty much all of that second half, and 200ths in it at the end. You should get that confirmed imminently on your screens. Just waiting for it to be confirmed by the referee. And unfortunately not quite in time for you before we get going, so take my word for it. That was the 1-2-3 led by Megan Bannon's 2:44.21. On to Heat 8 then, and we have Jessie Walters of Llantrisant in 1, Abby Holyoke, one of a number of lead swimmers in this heat, in 2, another one Tia Ward in 3, and Isabel Bunn in 4. Natalia Sharp of City of Sunderland goes in 5, another lead swimmer Hannah White in 6, 7 is Libby Jarvis of Peterborough, and Morgan Harvey for City of Cardiff in lane 8. Hannah White just getting the touch there in lane 6, but, well, too close to call really coming down the backstroke. Lane 4, moving up, Isabel Bunn.
Yeah, and there seems to be a lot of those yellow leads hats in the water as we go through towards the faster heats as well. So so it looks like they get the even stronger contingent of them coming through as well.
1:15.17. So if you are watching us from Yorkshire, give us a tweet. We'd love to hear from you. Tell us what you think. Hashtag BGSN Live is the place to tweet us. So tell us what you think. Tell us how proud you are of your lead swimmers. And they're right up there. And now lane 4, Isabel Bunn is being joined by lane 2, Abby Holyoke, who is putting in a cracking breaststroke leg. And she has turned this around. You can see there on the screens the 2 Leeds girls leading the way by quite a distance, and it is lane 2 Abby who turns in the lead, 2:04.25, about a second faster than the previous heat at 1:50. Let's see if Isabel can come back in the freestyle. I think she might. It's certainly between the 2 of them. Nobody else is going to get close. So Abby Holyoke and Isabel Bunn, place your money.
I think I'll just about go with Abby for the moment, seeing as she's just in the lead. But I mean, Isabel's had a great last 50 and has started to pull her in. But I think she's just left it a little bit too late yet.
Yep, and your money's safe because Abby Holyoke took it, 2:39.83. Isabel second, 2:40.66. So both of them a long way inside their entry time. So more good swimming out of the Leeds camp. So tweet us to show how proud you are of Abby Holyoke, you Yorkshire folk, and Isabel Bunn for that matter.
Yeah, and Abby looks pretty happy with that as well. So yeah, bit of a smile there. Probably part smile, part grimace, to be honest. But I think she's certainly happy with the way she swam on that.
Yeah, almost looked like tears there, but tears of joy, I think. So on to Heat 9. And we have Sophia Sheikh of Wolverhampton in 1, Greta Hampson of Wigan Best in 2, Amber Owen of Aberystwyth in 3, Lucy Gerard of Birmingham in 4, Martina Ruszkowska of Swim Gwynedd in 5, Danielle Richards of Maxwell in 6, Marley Darcy of Swim Gwynedd in 7, and Lauren Harrison of Peterborough in 8. So into the backstroke, lane 5, Martina Ruszkowska, bronze medalist yesterday in the 400 IM. So having a good time of it, the Swim Gwynedd swimmer. Lane 7, Marley Darcy, her Swim Gwynedd teammate. So good performances coming in from that programme. Martina looking very smooth there in the backstroke. 1:14.51 for her. So with a medal already in the IM for her, she'll be looking maybe for a second one to join that.
Yeah, I mean, great backstroke leg there from Martina. I mean, she looked really smooth and almost effortless as well. And she's certainly holding it well for the breaststroke as well. So yeah, really good swim.
Yep, keep an eye on lane 2. That's Greta Hampson of Wigan Best. She's emerged into second place in the red cap, but still some distance behind Martina, who looks to be managing this race nicely. So into the freestyle. Again, the pad's not giving us a split there for Martina, but suffice to say that she's got a convincing lead here. Lane 2, Greta Hampson is under some challenge, particularly from Marley Darcy in lane 7, who might just have got second place back. Lauren Harrison of Peterborough not too far away either, but this is Martina's race in lane 5. Let's check her time, entered 2:47.59. Well, miles clear of that, 2:38.55, so that is the new fastest time that we've seen so far in the 9 heats we've had to date. So tell me a little bit about the Swim Gwynedd programme.
Well, I don't know a great deal about the Swim Gwynedd programme, I'll be honest, but it's certainly a programme that's been building up over the last couple of years, and it's one of the newer performance centres. I mean, it's great to see North Wales swimmers coming good as well. I mean, a lot of the swimmers that are from the past have been Cardiff or Swansea, but it's good to see talented swimmers like Martina coming down from the north as well, and evidently it's a very strong programme that they've got.
Yep, certainly as evidenced by that swim from Martina. You saw this summary briefly before this next heat. Heat 10 gets underway, and in this one we've got Katie Taylor of first in lane 1. 2 is Lauren Stockley of Dolphins in 2. India Birch of City of Cardiff in 3. Megan Nicholas of Bridgend in 4. Neve Allen of City of Leicester in 5. Isabella Berlin of Crawley in 6. I think that's maybe Michaela Semyonova Hoyland of Otters in 7, but text me if that's wrong. Georgia Williams in 8 for Chester. The Semyonova Hoyland has obliterated the Christian name in our start sheets here. But, hopefully we'll get confirmation of what her Christian name is.
Well done on the pronunciation, though.
Well, tell me if it's wrong as well. In fact, it's Maya Semyonova Hoyland. Apologies, Maya. But a tight contest here as they go into the second half. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 all there or thereabouts. Katie Taylor, Lauren Stockley and India Birch. Katie Taylor, silver medalist in the 400 IM yesterday afternoon. And looks like she's got the advantage now over in lane 1. Youngster with the first programme out of Falkirk and that area in central Scotland. Slightly confused look to the scoreboard with 2 swimmers credited with first place, neither of whom is actually in the lead, but sure they'll get over it. And Katie Taylor coming under some pressure now from the swimmers in the centre lanes. Lane 3, India Birch, Megan Nicholas in 4, Neve Allen in 5 and 6, Isabella Berlin all there, but I think Katie will see them off. So another great swim out of an outside lane from Katie Taylor. 2:41.20. So a nice 6-second improvement on her entry time. Not quite as fast as Martina Ruskowska in the previous heat, both in the 12-13 age group, the young end of that. So looking thoughtful as we see the summary there. Katie Taylor first, Lauren Stockley second, and it was India Birch in third. On to Heat 11. Eloise Clements in 1 from Thanet, Katie Hicks of Pembrokeshire County in 2, Kayla Lawson of Modernians in 3, Charlotte Hook of Sevenoaks in 4, Samantha Allen of Thanet in 5, Honey Butterworth of Harrow in 6, Chloe Watmo of Aquabears in 7, and Rhiannon Haynes of Bridgend in 8.
In lane 1, Eloise Clements, Thanet. Lane 2, Katie Hicks, Pembrokeshire County. Lane 3, Kayla Lawson, Modernians. Lane 4, Charlotte Hook, Sevenoaks.
So a pretty tight contest here, but lane 4, Charlotte Hook just, I think, has the edge here from Honey Butterworth in 6 and Rhiannon Haynes in 8. Also over on the far side, Eloise Clements, but it is the red-capped Charlotte Hook, 13-year-old from Sevenoaks. About a metre and a half up. 1:14.23. So nearly 2 seconds clear of 3 swimmers going for second. Over in lane 1, Eloise Clements looking good in the breaststroke. Looks to be a sense of purpose about that stroke. Also lane 6, Honey Butterworth closing up, and lane 8, Rhiannon Haynes not too far away, so this one could be interesting. We've seen a few, but not that many nail biters so far this morning. A lot of the times one swimmer has made a decisive move, but this one could be close. Turning for home. Well, again, no touch coming up on lane 1. Looked to me as if she just had it, Eloise, but too close really to call here as they come down the final length.
Yeah, keep an eye on lane 7 and 8. They seem to be closing up a little bit, or we're off the turn, but maybe they're just falling off now. So it's between lanes 1, lane 4 and lane 6.
Yep. So Eloise Clements in lane 1, I think still just has the edge from Charlotte Hook in 4, but it's going to be on the touch between them. Oh, and she just hung on. I thought she'd maybe blown it there for a moment, but 2:42.44. Eloise Clements does take it. 2:42.58, Charlotte Hook. And looked like it was Kayla Lawson. Well, no, in fact, I don't think that's right. Let's see who got third. Rhiannon Haynes. 2:44.46.
Yeah, certainly that's
is Eloise Clements just hiding behind the lane rope, playing peekaboo. So no hanging about here in the Welsh National Pool here in Cardiff as we move on to here in Swansea. Just got myself transported there for a moment.
They're 2 cities you don't want to get mixed up either.
Yeah, I might not be able to make it to the front door safely. But we're moving on to Heat 12. Lucy Harding of Pembrokeshire County in 1. Laura Barnes of Harrow in 2. Charlotte Nestor of Wigan Best in 3. Florence Marks of Hart in 4. Helena Soga Ward of City of Leeds in 5. Beth Constance of Dundee City Aquatics in 6. Madeleine Hoare of Stratford Sharks in 7. And Ellie Westerby of Hereford in lane 8. So many apologies to the Swansea crowd. If you're watching from Swansea, your only excuse is if you're at work, otherwise we should want to see you here. But if you are at work, tell us what you're doing. Tell us how you're managing to sneak a view of the swimming. Florence Marks then of Hart in lane 4 has a clear advantage at halfway, 1:15.27. Just to remind you of the place to tweet to us. It is hashtag BGSN Live. BGSN Live. So give us your comments. Pushing on nicely now in lane 3 is Charlotte Nestor of Wigan. So if you are watching us from Wigan, time to start getting excited. Put the coffee down, because your girl is going well here. 11-year-old Charlotte Nestor in lane 3 has moved up in the breaststroke and just gone ahead of Florence Marks, 2:04.18. About a second clear of Florence. I think it's going to be between these two, barring a major surge from one of the others on the inside of them. Charlotte still just about has the edge. Just keep an outside eye on Ellie Westerby in lane 8. Looks to be the best of the rest, but it is still Charlotte and Florence. And Charlotte about a metre up now, so no slip-ups from her. 2:42 seconds dead. Takes 2 and a bit seconds off her submitted entry time. Florence Marks behind her. Again, I think we've got a little bit of sorting out of times to do on that one, as the referee, no hanging about. And we move on to Heat 13. We have Hazel Fox, Pembrokeshire County in 1, Caitlin Demery of Swim Swansea in 2, Hannah Myers of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Phoebe Hopkins of Swim Conway in 4, Talia Merriman of Pembrokeshire County in 5, Charlotte Marshall of Ramsbottom in 6, Katie Cooper of Wigan Best in 7, and Grace Morgan of Bridgend in lane 8. Caitlin Demery swims Swansea. Off to a very good start. Lane 6 is in the mix. Charlotte Marshall of Ramsbottom. These two with a pretty good advantage as they come down the second length. So Caitlin, I assume this is her home pool, Swim Swansea girl. Would that give her an advantage, swimming in her home pool?
Maybe slightly, yeah. She'll certainly be used to the surroundings, no doubt. Although I'm sure in training there aren't quite as many spectators. But yeah, she's probably more comfortable in the pool, which makes her maybe a little bit more relaxed. And this is the predominant home of Swim Swansea. So yeah, I'm sure she'll be more than comfortable in the water.
And certainly taking full advantage of that home knowledge. Caitlin, a 13-year-old. Over in lane 1, Hazel Fox from Pembrokeshire is moving up nicely. I think she has taken over second place from the two in lane 6 and 7, Charlotte Marshall and Katie Cooper. Caitlin Demery then looking the most likely now. A three-way battle for second. A nice shot there of Caitlin leading them in. You can see there the size of her lead. It's pretty extensive. Entry time 2:41.67. And well inside that, 2:36.28. So 5 seconds plus inside her entry time. We'll just wait for confirmation of the final placings. There's the last swimmer coming in. There's, I think, a false time there that you're seeing in lane 6, so that will get corrected. There it is corrected now. That should allow them to summarise with 2:36.28. Caitlin Demery's winning time from Charlotte Marshall. 2 heats to go. Sophie Bravin, Swim Swansea in 1. Laurie Evans of Swim Swansea in 2. Tegan Frizzell of City of Cardiff in 3. Millie Scotchbrook, City of Leicester in 4. Megan Pirrie of Hemel Hempstead in 5. Ciara Schlossen of City of Leeds in 6. Megan Rogers, Pembrokeshire County in 7. And Kerry Sinclair of City of Leeds in lane 8. Millie Scotchbrook first to turn there. 32.03. Scoreboard slightly confusing, still showing the names from the previous heat. You can't see that, which probably means you're not confused. We were for a bit, but I think they've got the right names up now. Millie Scotchbrook in lane 4. Yeah, still showing heat 13 up there, but I'm right, aren't I? It is heat 14.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think we'll have to work off the start sheets rather than the screen.
So 1:12.84 for Millie Scotchbrook. You've got the advantage just being able to see the swimmers doing their thing. And there is Millie in the dark cap, leading the blue cap in lane 3 of Tegan Frizzell of City of Cardiff. And over on the far side, Swim Swansea's Sophie Bravin. But the Leicester girl, Millie Scotchbrook, looks to have this one pretty much under control. About 5-6 meters up as she turns into freestyle 1:56.69. Millie, 13-year-old.
Yeah, I think the race is on now for second place.
Very strong indeed here. There's just the one more heat to go after this, so looking to set the standard. Fastest time so far from that previous heat. Caitlin Demarest 2:36.28. This is going to be faster. So Millie bringing them in 2:34.54. Coming in second, Tegan Frizzell ahead of Megan Pirrie. That's the unofficial 1, 2, 3. As we wait for confirmation, there we see Millie with her Leicester cap. Looks slightly quizzical. But the 1, 2, 3 is confirmed. As we move on to the final heat of this girls 200 IM. And we have Hannah Denny of Thanet in 1, Katie McKenzie of Skye in 2, Lucy Buchan of First in 3, Bethan Hinnett of Coventry in 4, Amber Mason, City of Leeds in 5, Emily Johnson, City of Leeds in 6, Victoria Ganant of City of Leeds in 7, and Kirsten Laurie of First in lane 8. Wow, look at Hannah Denny go in lane 1. Another one who's put in an absolutely scorching butterfly, 31.60. Can she keep that going? Or will they claw her back? The two girls in the centre, Bethan Hinnett of Coventry and Amber Mason of Leeds, leading the attempt to hold that big early lead back. But at the moment, it's still very much Hannah Denny in lane 1.
Yeah, she certainly had a flyer out in lane 1 on the first 2 legs, but we've seen quite a few swimmers that have been pegged back on this breaststroke, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with this now.
So Hannah then maybe lead looking slightly less secure now in the breaststrokes. The two in the centre lane still side by side, trying to claw it back, Bethan and Amber. So you can see them there in the two centre lanes. And over on the far side, Hannah still, I think, has the lead. Well, maybe not anymore. So coming towards the 150, and I think we're now starting to focus on the two centre lanes turning together there. Just the touch going to Amber Mason, 158.77. So let's see, are they going to push it, or are they going to settle for a good lane in the final and do it all there? The two 13-year-olds. Looks like advantage with the Leeds girl, Amber Mason. She's got about a metre on Bethan Hinnett, and they are going to finish in that order. So Amber Mason then, 2:33.99 coming up as her unofficial time. So that is about half a second faster than Millie Scotchbrook's time from the previous heat. So she'll have lane 4 in the final, assuming that that time is confirmed. Bethan Hinnett looking to be in second, and Hannah Denny third, and there is confirmation of that 1, 2, 3. Amber Mason, Bethan Hinnett, and Hannah Denny. And a nice shot at someone's head as well, as the Leeds girl, Amber Mason, athletically out of the pool. No nonsense. Off to swim down.
I think that race there was a good example as well for any young swimmers that are watching, that it's not just enough to be strong in 3 strokes on the IM. It really is an all-round event that you need to be strong with, and in particular on turns as well.
Can you tell me any details of the swim off? Looks like we might be having an extra race coming up as rumours of a swim off, and we're just confirming the details of that for you. The swim off, and it's up on the scoreboard there. So it's Caris Oliver and Nicole Parrish look to be the 2 swimmers concerned. I think we're still looking for them, just to get them lined up. And I can tell you this is in the 14, 15-year-old girls 50 butterfly. They tied for 8th place, both on 32 seconds dead. Caris Oliver of Llantrisant and Nicole Parrish of Black Lion. So this is for a spot in this evening's final in the 50 butterfly girls 14, 15-year-olds. So that will be coming up shortly as we see the swimmers just taking a wee break in the stand, checking their phones and iPods and just generally shooting the breeze. The red team there just looking to see what that club is.
I think it's Seven Oaks. I can see the 7 on the back, so by process of elimination, I think I'd go with that one.
Well spotted, yes, 7 Oaks. Yeah, I heard they all got blown away by the storms back in the 80s, but maybe they've got some new ones growing nicely now. So there is where they will go, the 2 girls, but we're still, looks like we've got one of them there sitting, waiting patiently for her chance to shine. It's funny how in a swim off, and maybe tempting fate here, but swimmers always seem to swim faster in the swim off than they do in the heats. And you think, why didn't they do that earlier? We wouldn't have this drama.
Yeah, hopefully they won't come in at the same time again, otherwise they might have to go again, which will delay things a little longer, and no doubt there'll be more time. But yeah, let's see if they can go a little bit quicker and take the place outright.
Yeah, I think I have once seen a dead heat in a swim off. Certainly not something that you'd see very often. And I think they decided it by the toss of a coin at the end. Nobody fancied a third swim. Still look to be waiting for one of the two swimmers to make her way to the blocks.
Yeah, it's probably a case of just trying to find where they are. No doubt they've wandered off somewhere, and hopefully it's not psychological tactics.
Yep, the 14 and the 15-year-olds, so wee bit young for playing in those mind games. I don't think that will be happening, so I'm sure we'll find them and get this swim off underway shortly. So Hugh, your thoughts on this morning's swims? Lots and lots of PBs.
Yeah, it's been certainly a good morning swimming. Some tight races, and I think some of the finals tonight have been set up for being pretty close as well. It's good we've seen some really big PBs as well, which is always nice to see with younger swimmers, and certainly is showing that there's a bit of talent that's coming through for the swimmers certainly that are 10, 11, 12 years old. So yeah, all in all, I think it's been a very good morning swim, and look forward to the finals later today.
So we have located the second swimmer. So it looks like it was Caris Oliver who was there waiting patiently, and now joined by Nicole Parrish. So these two will do battle in the 50 butterfly very soon. Nicole just taking off her tracksuit bottoms, getting herself ready, just making sure she understands, talking to the official there, just exactly what's going on. Important that these swimmers are comfortable with what's going to happen so that they can be completely confident when they get onto the blocks, know what they've got to do. See Caris Oliver with some of that blue strapping on her shoulder, so hopefully her shoulder's okay. That's very important now. Strong shoulder movement in the butterfly. Royal Air Force cap, so Atlantisant, is there an RAF base there?
No, they've just they've got a partnership with the Royal Air Force, just to help promote obviously the Air Force itself and support the military that's around. RAF St Athens isn't too far away, but yeah, you know, it's good to see clubs supporting our services as well, and yeah, certainly spreading the name about.
Yep. So there's obviously still something needs to be sorted out here, as the official just talking through the headset to his colleagues. Looks like there's a coach joining in the conversation as well. And it's all pretty good humoured as Nicole cracks a smile. You can see the brightness now, partly the lights, but also looks to be not a bad day outside now. It was a miserable morning, but it looks like the clouds have cleared and the sun is shining here in Swansea. Hopefully some of these people will get a chance this afternoon to enjoy it if they're not competing in this afternoon session.
I'm sure quite a few will nip down to the Mumbles and have a Joey's ice cream or something on the front. It's quite the attraction down in Swansea, and on a day like this, it's a beautiful place to go down to.
And why wouldn't you want to go and get an ice cream at the Mumbles?
Never know, might bump into Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. I believe they got a house down there, so perhaps they'll pop in for an ice cream as well.
Or maybe they'll pop in here and come and see us. So if you're watching on the live streaming, Catherine or Michael, come and join us. Do we know them to be swimming fans?
I'm sure they've got a pool in one of their houses or something which they have a dip into. Yeah, I'm sure they are.
We certainly have seen lots of swimming fans here today. There's been a very full gallery, so it's great to see so much support for these youngsters. Oh, who are these two? Slightly dodgy looking characters. One ugly one, one handsome one. I'll let you decide which is which. I think I know the answer on that.
No comment.
Don't know whether I could take this pressure, but great to be down here in Swansea. My first trip to this pool, and I'd certainly like to come back because it's a fabulous facility. Great sense of space, nice large galleries, so capable of generating good atmosphere, as we saw in the finals last 2 days.
No, it's a great facility. Also, we have the British Swimming ITC that's based here. We have the British Paralympic High Performance Centre this year as well. Obviously, Ali Simmons has been training here for the last 6 or 7 years. And we've had some great events here as well. We've hosted GB versus Germany duel in the pool, and obviously events like this as well. And we're looking to get more higher profile sort of European juniors and European championships here as well. So it's a great facility, and it's well used, and certainly it's what helps us produce better swimmers year on year.
So it looks like we're just about ready to go now with this swim off. The two swimmers just doing their final limbering. Just remind you who they are. We've got Caris Oliver Clantrasant in 4 and Nicole Parrish of Blackline in 5. 32 seconds dead was their time in the heat, challenging for that last place in this evening's final. So off they go then. Caris in 4 in the yellow cap, the white cap of Nicole in lane 5. Maybe a slight advantage for Caris in the dive, but there's really nothing in it coming down this pool. So we talked about a dead heat in the swim off, and it's not going to be too far away from that here. Maybe Nicole just edging through now in the latter stages, and she's got about half a meter's advantage now. So it's looking like Nicole Parrish will take this. 31.42, some 0.6 faster than she was in the heat. Caris Oliver pretty much on the nails. Heat swim 32.01 for her. So it's Nicole who will move through and take her place in this evening's final. Caris will be the first reserve.
At one point coming down there, I thought we were going to have a dead heat again, but I think the girl from Black Lion Club really just sort of finished a little bit stronger and come out quite a bit quicker than she did in the heats as well. So good finish.
Yeah, and great sportsmanship between two girls as well as they came out the pool there. So that's one particular conundrum now resolved. So it looks like we're moving into a short break now before we go on to the remaining events of this morning's session, which are the boys and girls 100 breaststroke and in the older age groups, and the 200 breaststroke in the younger age groups. So that's still to come. We're not going anywhere. We will just break away from the pool shortly for a few minutes into the promotions, so keep an eye on them. Don't walk away too far, because we'll be back shortly in maybe about 25 minutes or so's time. But in the meantime, I'll just hand you off for a short break. So it's Duncan McKinnell signing off temporarily along with Hugh Griffiths. We'll be seeing you back in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Gas Swim Britain. British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people swimming regularly by 2015. So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres. Swim Britain is going to help you get fitter and healthier, and they're even going to give you tips along the way. It's all going to accumulate in 10 events in September at venues across the country. Now, logistics of this event are super easy. You're going to get a swimming cap, a t-shirt and a timing chip. You pick them up at the venue on the day. So all you need to think about is the regular stuff. Your swimming goggles and a pair of trunks. You could wear these or perhaps some of these. You might want 2 towels as well instead of 1. So you'll need 1 towel for poolside and also a towel for when you get changed at the end. Maybe a bit of shampoo as well. And last but not least, make sure you take some water with you. So how does the Swim Britain relay work? Well, you've got to get your teammates. Here's one of mine, me Chris, just happens to be an international swimmer. I'll have some of that. He's going to lead off. Let's go, Chris. Yes. When he's done his 250 metres, he's got to make sure that his timing chip registers. Don't worry, there'll be people there on the day to make sure that that happens. Chris is then going to walk over to his second teammate, who's going to be in the transition area, and he's going to give him a high five. Nice high five. Then Chris is done. He's good to go. He can go have a little bit of a rest. It's going to get very crowded if all of you are waiting at the end of the pool. So we've got a rule. Only the person that's swimming next can be in the transition zone. So Swim Britain's going to be like no event you've ever done before, largely because of these bad boys. They're actually called boys, and you're going to have to swim around them. When you're swimming down the pool, you've got to keep the buoy to your left-hand side. And when you're swimming back up the pool, you've got to keep it to your right-hand side. Just keep an eye out for them. Big orange things, can't miss them. Stay as tight as you can to the buoy. You've only got to swim 250 metres. There's no point swimming any more than that if you don't have to.
Once you've got your team together, make sure you get the opportunity to train together. Set yourself both an individual goal. You know what? Challenge the other guys on your team as well. You might surprise yourself and with some good training, beat the time that you thought you were going to go. What about making some hoodies with your team name on there? You're taking on everyone else in Swim Britain. You've got to get in there with the right frame of mind. Maybe you want to go in some fancy dress. I don't suggest you swim in the fancy dress. That might slow you down a little bit. Maybe you could even come up with your own song, you know. I can see all 4 of you doing the Gangnam Style. Maybe not. But most of all, make sure there's some cracking banter between you and your teammates, and let's maximise the fun that we're going to have on Swim Britain. Good luck and enjoy.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're back here at the Wales National Pool in Swansea. So a short break there after that 50 butterfly swim off and the 200 IMs before that to the concluding part of this morning session on day 3 of the Welsh Summer Nationals 2013. I'm joined still by Swim Wales National Disability Manager Hugh Griffiths. Welcome back, Hugh. Thank you very much. And we'll be taking you through the remaining events of this morning's session. It's a full breaststroke affair. So we've got the boys 15 to 1800 breaststroke. 5 heats of that, followed by 7 heats in the girls. And then we move to the 200 breaststroke and the youngsters, and plenty of that to come. 10 heats for the boys, followed by another 10 heats for the girls. You were saying earlier, Hugh, this has been a very heavily subscribed meet. Is this the first time that you've had to reject, or is that normal for these Welsh National Championships?
No, to my knowledge, it's the first time we've had to reject swimmers. Purely because of the volume of entries that came in. Obviously it's unfortunate for those that do get scratched, but I think it just goes to show the popularity of the events that we put on here down in Wales, and sort of the standard of the swimmers that are coming in as well. But certainly it's the first time that we've had the volume we've had this year. It's been really good. It's been really positive.
So I guess first of all then it's congratulations to these swimmers to actually make it through the cuts and get to swim in these championships, and they'll be looking to take full advantage of this. Of course, an important time in the season this time, at the end of the season pretty much. They'll be looking to put the gloss on months of hard work, training over the winter and into the spring and early summer, and to have it all come through in what will, for a lot of them, I guess, be the signature event of the year before they sign off for a well-earned summer break. Most programs, I guess, don't allow them too long off in the summer. They'll get them back in the pool pretty soon.
Yeah, I think a lot of clubs have about 2 weeks off, maybe 3 weeks off, and then they're back in the water, so it's not much of a break at all.
Anyway, here we go. First heat of the boys, 15 to 1800 breaststroke. 4 swimmers going here. We've got Sam Wilcox of City of Cardiff in 2, Harry Lihaj-Hodder of Merthyr in 5, Carl Taylor of Wrexham in 6, and Richard Healy of Chirk Dragons in lane 7. Entry times here 1:21 up to 1:23. Swimmer there, Sam Wilcox, on his own in lane 2, so clear water either side. Is that an advantage, or do you just feel a bit isolated from the other swimmers?
I personally, I think he probably feels a little bit isolated. I think it's probably a little bit tougher when you're out on your own. It's quite hard to pace yourself against other swimmers alongside you, but I'm sure there's some pros and cons to it as well. But no doubt, I think if he had the choice, he'd like to be alongside other swimmers.
Carl Taylor of Wrexham is taking this one by the scruff of the neck, and the other 3 pretty competitive, but he is well clear of them, about 4 or 5 metres up now. Here's entry time 1:22.14, and you can see there on your screens just the extent of his lead. It's about 6 metres now from Richard Healy, who just, I think, has the advantage in second place, but a nice swim from Carl to get us back going again. Good PB, 1:17.37 comes up on the board as his unofficial time from Richard Healy and Sam Wilcox. No time up for Harry just now, so we just need to wait to get confirmation of his time. But the referee not hanging about, and in fact Harry Lihaj-Hodder promoted to 3rd place, 1:24.97. Straight on to Heat 2. So in Heat 2 we have Sam Thompson of Novio Cigar in 1, Joshua Campbell, City of Sunderland in 2, Daniel Jones, City of Cardiff in 3, David Burton, Novio Cigar in 4, James Jones of Novio Cigar in 5, Grant Davies of Llantrisant in 6, Jacob Was of Warrington in 7, and Alex Rosser of Torvain Dolphins in 8. Joshua Campbell, the Sunderland swimmer, in lane 2, setting off at a good pace, 34.66. That's about 3 seconds faster than the first heat. Halfway. Grant Davis, Jacob Was in lane 6 and 7, his main competition. These 3 then. Not really getting the view on that shot of Joshua Campbell in lane 2, but as you can see now with the full screen that he is leading the way from the 2 yellow caps on the near side, and he comes in to take it 1:13.13. Well, 6 and a bit seconds inside his entry time, so the PBs continuing to go thick and fast here. Jacob Was looks to be second from Grant Davis. We should get confirmation of that, and there it is. Joshua Campbell 1:13.13, Jacob Was, and a nice shot of a coach there in the foreground. On to Heat 3. Thomas Hitchin, Hereford in 1, Ross Hosking of Mould in 2, Michael Hire, Pembrokeshire County in 3, Adam Chillingworth of Street in 4, Kieran Hodson Kilroy of Woking in 5, Callum Wellman of Wrexham in 6, Samuel Matthews of Stourbridge in 7, and Ross Haynes of Newport in lane 8. Well, this one looking pretty close. Entry times 1:11 up to 1:18, so should be fairly well spread out, but certainly the centre lanes all there or thereabouts. Looks like maybe lane 5 just getting the touch. That is Kieran Hodson Kilroy. And he's just starting now to open that up a little bit, about a metre up in lane 5 from Woking, just outside London. Adam Chillingworth of Street in second place in lane 4, and they look to be the 1-2 coming into the final 5 metres, and I think Kieran will take it. We'll just need to wait for his time. That's not coming up on the board. 1:12.51 for Adam Chillingworth. Looks like Callum Wellman third, 1:14.03, so 1:12.39 given for Kieran. Just a tad faster than the second heat, about 8 tenths. As we move on to heat 4, so nipping through this. No swimmer in lane 7 in this one, so 7 swimmers going are Kai Green of Novio Cigar in 1, Aaron Pullen of Ealing in 2, Finlay Lawless Coombs, City of Leeds in 3, Christian Cuer of Newport in 4, Michael Ross of Warrington in 5, James Sims of Amphibians in 6, and Daniel Thomas, Pembrokeshire County in lane 8. So 3 turning all very close there. Tristan Cuer just getting the touch, 33.52. His mother was giving me pronunciation lessons on his name earlier on, so let me know if I'm anywhere close. Michael Ross, who we saw on the podium last night, is up there as well. The Warrington swimmer in lane 5, and also in the mix is James Sims of Amphibians in lane 6. So any of these 3 could get the touch here as they come to the wall. Well, we'll need to wait because no time coming up for Michael Ross. Tristan Cuer at the moment showing as having it, 1:12.27. Michael Ross still waiting for a time for him. James Sims coming up as 1:12.55. But Michael is the unknown, and in fact he is credited with 3rd place, 1:12.61. So Tristan Cuer, 1:12.27, and that is summarised for you now.
Good close finish there. Good race by the three swimmers coming into the end, and I thought we might have another dead heat at one point there as well, but just one touching in front of it.
So the final heat underway. We've got Jay Ormond Cunningham of Leander in one. We'll check his Christian name in a little while. In lane 2, Callum Pardo. No swimmer in 3. 4 is George Boast of Llantrisant. 5, James Ross of Warrington. 6, Joshua Morgan of Dover Life. 7, Luke Riding of Borough of Kirklees. And Thomas Hoff of Warrington in lane 8. So another pretty close one here. Lanes 4, 5 and 6 all close. George Boast, James Ross, Joshua Morgan. Looks like maybe it is George Boast, Llantrisant, who's just leading this one. A couple of bronze medals to his name. 200 back, 200 IM so far, but well, looks like maybe backstroke is going to be his thing, as the only swimmer to break through 110. 109.98 coming up for him. Again, we've got some problems, I think, with times coming up on the board. Might just slow us down a bit, although it's not slowed down our referees much so far when there's been a wee problem. Tell you that it's Rhys Ormond Cunningham. That was the swimmer in lane 1. So Rhys, apologies we didn't get your first name earlier. So we're, without any further ado, moving on into the first of the 100 breaststroke for girls. 4 swimmers here. Bethan Phillips, Pembrokeshire County in 3. Beth Page of Chirk Dragons in 4. Ellery Fowler of Llantrisant in 5. And the SB7 disability swimmer Rebecca Donnelly of Bridgend goes in lane 6. So she's actually swimming in her own event here, I believe, Rebecca.
That's right, yeah. What we've done is this is integrate the disability swimmers into the AB program heats. Obviously, because some of the disability swimmers are competing up in Sheffield this weekend, so there's slightly lower numbers than we normally would get. But yeah, Rebecca's competing within the multi-classification event.
So she will be swimming her own race here with the able-bodied swimmers. Fairly well matched, particularly lane 3, Bethan Phillips and Ellery Fowler in lane 5, Pembrokeshire County against Llantrisant. It looks like maybe it's Ellery just with the advantage. So I think they've seen off the Chirk Dragon Beth Page, so it's the two of them with 15 metres to go. Still fairly close, but the yellow cap worn by Ellery Fowler still just with the edge, but it's by no means definite yet as they come to the last couple of metres on the touch. It does go to Ellery, 121.74. So allows us to focus as the third swimmer comes in, Beth Page. We can now focus on Rebecca Donnelly. She's got about half a length to go.
Yeah, and Rebecca's one of our squad swimmers, Swim Wales squad swimmers. Like I said, she's a swimmer with cerebral palsy,
So she's got
and she'll be going to the UK school games as well later this year. So she'll be looking to get a time that we'll put her in a higher squad for this year. But she's a strong swimmer, and she's only just turned 14 as well. So one for the future.
Unfortunately, the camera's not showing. I mean, you just see her coming in now on the edge of your shot. So the SB7 swimmer coming in, there she is. You can see there in the red cap just appearing on the screen, 2:18.77. About 3 seconds away from her entry time, so maybe slightly disappointed with that, but a good experience to swim in this event. So Ellery Fowler 127.38. Bethany Phillips 127.73. Beth Page 135.80. Rebecca Donnelly 218.77 as the four swimmers there. As we move on to Heat 2. And away we go. No swimmer here in lane 3, so 7 go. Alexandra Sack of Neath in 1, Amelia Davis, Pembrokeshire County in 2, Jessica Devereux of City of Canterbury in 4, Nicole Parrish of Black Lion, fresh from her swim-off, in 5, Catherine Locke, City of Cardiff in 6, Claire Beddoes, Shrewsbury in 7, and Ellie Matthews of Llantrisant in 8. Catherine Locke, City of Cardiff, looking pretty dominant here, 38.37 at halfway. And these 100-metre events is pretty much full out the whole way.
Yeah, I said yeah, it's pretty packed through. So yeah, looking.
So treat it as a long sprint, and doing exactly that is Catherine from City of Cardiff, an hour down the road, and making that trip along the M4 well worthwhile. And she comes in 1:22.47, nice improvement on her entry time 1:26.79. So City of Cardiff look to be in good heart in this meet.
Yeah, similar to what we were saying earlier about Leeds. You know, Cardiff always bring a very good group of swimmers down. It's a very good program that they've got down just down the M4 as well. A little bit of rivalry as well between Cardiff and Swansea, no doubt. But
surely not.
Just a little bit. It's a friendly banter. I think it's more than anything else.
Okay. So you can see the results. They're not in place order, but hopefully you can work out the winning positions there from Catherine Locke, winning at 1:22.47 as we move on to Heat 3. So all 8 lanes occupied here. And we've got Hedwyn Boyles of Caerphilly in 1, Eleanor Bird, Welsh Independent in 2, Anya Woolliscroft of Swim Gwynedd in 3, Olivia Beavers of Sheffield City in 4, Bethany Masters in 5, 6 is City of Leeds, Jordan Perkins, Lucy Glover of Solihull in 7, and Kirsten Duncan of St Thomas in lane 8. Tring swimming, in fact, is Bethany Masters. So at the turn, 39.55, it is Bethany who leads. Still pretty close. Lane 2, Eleanor Bird. That's a fine name for a club, Welsh Independent. Where are they based?
I believe Welsh Independent is a swimmer that's not actually currently attached to a club. So they've got Welsh Independent membership. I believe that will be correct.
I thought maybe it was the Plaid Cymru Swimming Club at 1:23.22, and it is Eleanor Bird, the Welsh Independent, who leads the way. So a fine swim from her. 2 seconds inside her entry time. Again, just got some issues on the scoreboard, but that seems to be pretty much sorted out now. Bethany Masters 2nd, Kirsten Duncan from Arbroath in 3rd. So on to Heat 4. Jennifer Dixon of First goes in lane 1, Gemma Price of Newtown in 2, Emma Williams of Llantrisant in 3, Zena Alkellaby of City of Cardiff in 4, Fionn Davies, Pembrokeshire County in 5. Caris Thomas, also of Pembrokeshire County in 6. Ashley Ann Morris of Rhyl in 7. And Ellie Cox of Sevenoaks in lane 8. Emma Williams, Llantrisant, just turning in the lead there. 38.94. But a close one coming up here, I think. Zena Al-Kelabi of Cardiff in the blue cap, lane 4, right alongside Emma Williams now. And then 2 just a metre or so back. Gemma Price in 2 from Newtown, and lane 5, Fionn Davies of Pembrokeshire. Maybe the Llantrisant girl, Emma Williams, still just with the edge. Half a metre or so in it. But that should be enough to give her the heat victory. And it is 1:23.66. Just behind her, Zena Al-Kelabi, 1:23.98. Waiting for a time for Fionn Davies to come up on the scoreboard. You can see there that's still blank. But there it is now, and it gives her third place, 1:24.45.
Llantrisant is another club that's got quite a strong programme at the moment. To bit of interesting information, their head coach is the former coach of Sasha and Nairi Kindred, who were the British Paralympic golden couple. So quite a bit of performance experience there for him.
Yeah, I think you can call the Kindreds legends in the Paralympic swimming circles.
Absolutely, yeah.
Heat 5 then. Ruth Bridgman of Maxwell in 1. Eleanor Booth, City of Cardiff in 2. Hannah Saunders, Pembrokeshire County in 3. Tiffany Bachelet of East Lothian in 4. Ellen Scholes of Bromley in 5. Emma White of Maxwell in 6. Annie Keppel-Palmer of Sevenoaks in 7. And Jasmine Booth of Maxwell in lane 8. Another fairly close one. Lane 7, Annie Keppel-Palmer, I think, has the edge here. 15-year-old winner in the 200 IM. So she's seen the top of the podium, and I suspect that she'll be there or thereabouts in the 14-15 age group this evening in this event. She's got about a metre on Emma White beside her, and then a group of swimmers coming in challenging for third. So Annie Keppel-Palmer taking it 1:20.71. So fastest time so far. Keep a note of that for the couple of heats to come. Second, Emma White, 1:21.24. And in third place, Hannah Saunders, just taking third there from Eleanor Booth, 1:21.62. On to Heat 6, Jasmine Cambry of Torvain Dolphins in 1, Terry Johnson of Dumfries in 2, Kirsty Hunter of Musselburgh in 3, Emily Gordon of Boldmere in 4, Lida Abry, City of Sunderland in 5, Rhiannon Ricard Frost of City of Cardiff in 6, Caitlin Sherry of City of Cardiff in 7, Emily Walsh of Lincoln Vulcans in lane 8. So keep an eye on Kirsty Hunter in this one, double gold medalist yesterday evening. So she's on a high in that yellow cap in lane 3. Musselburgh just east of Edinburgh. So down from Scotland, and she's got the advantage here. 36.10 for her at the halfway mark. A line of swimmers behind her, laid out from lane 4 through to lane 8. So anyone's race for second. Not sure anyone will catch Kirsty though. They're about a metre and a half back. Lida Abry maybe just starting to move up in lane 6, the bronze medalist in the 200 breaststroke, and she is the one mounting the challenge, but Kirsty will lead them in 1:18.35 for her, so that is the new fastest time, and she knocks a couple of seconds off her entry time. So continuing the good work that she started yesterday. Leda Avery second, 1:19.31. Emily Gordon third in 1:20.66. Although still unofficial, but no reason to believe that they will be changed at all as we move to the final heat. And off we go. Bronwyn Schadeberg of Novosibirsk in 1. Isabel Booth of Sevenoaks in 2. Victoria Molson, Novosibirsk in 3. Abby Hayward of Maxwell in 4. Eleanor Scanlon, Maidenhead in 5. Lydia Stratford of Hereford in 6. Lucia Finnan of Otters in 7. And Heather Lees of First in 8. Abby Hayward, 16-year-old from Maxwell, looks as if she's going to lead them through the turn. And she goes through that in 36.55, so about half a second back on Kirsty Hunter's split from the previous heat. Just behind her in the green cap, Eleanor Scanlon of Maidenhead in Berkshire. So they have come from all parts of the country here to be with us in Swansea, and this is getting tighter as they come in. Abby Hayward is being challenged pretty much from Eleanor Scanlon now. I think she's still got the edge though, and on the touch it is Abby. Well, we'll wait for confirmation of that because no time is coming up on the scoreboard for Eleanor, but I think she was just behind Abby Hayward.
Yeah, I think Abby just touched in first. It just goes to show, especially with 100-meter events, that you got to get the pace in absolutely right. You can't go out too quick, but then you don't want to go out too slow. It's a tough one. So, but yeah, I think she just about touched in there ahead of Eleanor.
And confirmation there on your screens, 1:18.90 for Eleanor, with Heather Lees coming from the outside lane to take third. So that's it for the young girls. They can relax for the rest of the morning as we move to the young boys now and the 200 breaststroke. Or the older girls, I should say, they're the ones who can relax. The younger girls have very much still got to prepare for their 200 breast. So we move to the first of 10 heats now in the boys 200 breaststroke. So 4 lengths of the pool this time. And we've got 7 swimmers going in heat 1. Tom Wilton, City of Canterbury, goes in 1. Dennis Cousins of Amphibians in 2. Joseph Robbins, City of Sunderland in 3. Oliver Willis of Street in 4. Jake Scott, Pembrokeshire County in 5. Cedal Daffyd of Swim Gwynedd in 7. And Matt Ramsey of Exeter City in 8. So into the second length then, and it's lane 2, Dennis Cousins of Amphibians. I have to confess I don't know where Amphibians are based.
I have to confess I don't either. Normally events like this are good for my geography knowledge as well, but no, I'm lost on that one.
So tweet us in, please. Tell us about Amphibian Swimming Club. So your swimmer, Dennis Cousins, is taking this one by the scruff of its neck. He's about 5 meters, 6 meters up as they come to the halfway point. Dennis going through in 1:29.17. Entered on a 3:23, so pacing a lot faster than that if you can keep this going. It's much tighter for second place. There's 4 swimmers in the mix. Tom Wilton over in lane 1, the Canterbury swimmer. In lane 4, well, we've got some minor maintenance going on here. The man in red starring as he just does a little bit of pool maintenance. We've seen a few times not coming up, so no doubt that's what he's trying to fix, doing it on the fly during the swimming, like a true professional. And another true professional in lane 2 is Dennis Cousins, the 12-year-old from Amphibians, and he is a long way clear of the rest of the field now. Beautiful shot of him coming down the final length there. Showing lots of determination, keeping his stroke nice, getting the good breath in as he comes up. Still the race rages for second. Outside your shot there, you can see some of it, but you can see how far back they are. So a huge lead for Dennis here as he comes 10 meters to go now. Looks like maybe it's a lane 8 Matt Ramsey of Exeter who's just holding second. But what a swim from Dennis Cousins. Comes in 3:04.09, 19 seconds inside his entry time. Well done. So let's see who gets second. It is the Exeter swimmer, Matt Ramsey, 3:17.50 for him. Also a good PB, 7.5 seconds or so. And looks like Oliver Willis taking a third. So Dennis just resting there as we see there the summary. Dennis Cousins, Matt Ramsey, Oliver Willis, the 1-2-3. 3:04.09, cracking swim from the first heat. So an empty lane in lane 7 in heat 2. So we have Ben Garton of Peterborough in 1, James Cross of Wigan Best in 2, Sean Williams of Novio Sircar in 3, Harry Way of Chepstow in 4, Johan Francis Jones of Neath in 5, Matthew Kenneth of City of Leeds in 6, and Joshua Curtis, City of Leicester in lane 8. So can they match Dennis's time in the second heat, do you think, Hugh?
Oh, I don't know. That was a pretty strong swim. I mean, it made it look relatively easy through to the end. But I think it'd take a lot for these guys to match that. That was an incredible swim, a 19-second PB. I'm sure he's pretty ecstatic about that. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if some of these swimmers can match that.
James Cross, Harry Way, the two leading this one, lane 2 and lane 4. Looks like maybe James in lane 2, the Wigan swimmer, has just got the edge there. 3:20.84, Harry Way from Chepstow. Just maybe a metre back on James now as they come to halfway. So Dennis's split was 1:29. In fact, this is going to be up there with that time. So pretty close to it, 1:29.47, so just 0.3 off. So maybe need to rethink this. Maybe they are going to match it.
Looks like the water's pretty quick today, so some big PBs that have been coming in, and maybe they're going to do it again.
So I think you have to give the credit to the swimmers, not the water here. It's the same water, whatever pool it's in. Apart from temperature maybe, and of course depth. This cracking pool, I think, has a reputation for fast swimming.
It's the Welsh water, it is.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Right, okay. I should have realised that. James Cross then, the Wigan swimmer, taking full advantage of this Welsh water. And 2:17.30 now, he has pulled away, 4.5 seconds clear now with Matthew Kenneth in lane 6, has taken over second spot, and he is putting in a good second half here. I don't think he'll catch James, but he certainly looks to have timed his swimming nicely here, the lead swimmer. So Wigan against Leeds, the old Lancashire versus Yorkshire battle here, and it's going to go the way of the Red Rose, I think. James Cross in lane 2, Wigan Best living up to their name as he comes in 3:05.10. So in the end, just a second outside Dennis Cousins' time from the first heat, but another big PB for James. 15, nearly 16 seconds inside his 3:20.84 entry time.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. So yeah, great swim again. 15-second PB. You can't really ask for much more than that.
Still waiting for Joshua Curtis to complete the heat. Coming in lane 8, you'll see his time come up on the scoreboard any time now. And there's a shot of James looking very nonchalant there as he holds on and just surveys the scene. There's the scoreboard confirming the 1-2-3. James Cross 3:05.10, Matthew Kenneth second, and in third place Johan Francis Jones.
Yeah, in that picture there, he looked like he had a little bit more left in the tank, so maybe he's holding back a bit for this evening's races.
Well, of course, he's got to get there, and from an early heat, I don't think he can really afford to hold back, but let's see if he does get there. Let's keep our fingers crossed for him. As we move on to Heat 3, Owen Knowles of Dorking goes in 1, George Davis of Swim Conwy in 2, Morgan Elliott of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Kaz Pelders of Swim Swansea in 4, Cameron Haley, City of Leicester in 5, Matthew Willis of Wrexham in 6, Otis Newbury of Trowbridge in 7, and Oliver Bingham, City of Leeds in lane 8. Over in lane 1, Owen Knowles of Dorking with a 3:15 entry time. (44.32). In fact, only third there. 43.72. Kaz Belders, in fact, getting the touch at the 50, but pretty competitive this one at the moment. Kaz in lane 4 does look to have the edge now. Lane 6. Matthew Willis of Wrexham is about a metre back, and just behind him Cameron Haley from Leicester. At lane 4, the blue-capped Kaz Pelders with that big white S for Swansea. 1:30.86. And he is about 3 metres up now. We're looking to drive on. Always feel the third length in a 200 breast is so important. Create a platform to bring it home in.
Yeah, I think it's part of a 200 where maybe times tend to drop off a little bit. I think you tend to notice that in comparison with the with the other legs, but it is important to keep that momentum up, to hit that wall off the turn, and then you've got something left then for the final stretch. So yeah, it is a very important part of the race.
So Kaz then is about 5-6 metres up now, 2:18.58, and that was around a 48-second split for that third 100. So that would suggest he's going to be a sort of 3:06, 3:07 territory. Entered on 3:10. Certainly no doubt he's going to take the heat with a four-way contest for second. Owen Knowles in 1, George Davis in 2, Cameron Haley in 5, Matthew Willis in 6, the 4 involved in that one. But the shot here is of the leader, Kaz Pelders. As we move to the broader shot, you can see he's got about a 7-metre advantage as he comes into the final 5. So let's just see the clock just clicking up to 3:05, and he comes in 3:05.24. So nicely balanced swim there. 1:30 and a 1:34 is 200 splits. Contest for second. Look to go Owen Knowles' way over in lane 1. 3:11.78. Wait for confirmation of that. That looks the way of it from George Davies in lane 2. And there you have confirmation of the top 3: Kaz Pelders, Owen Knowles and George Davies. On to Heat 4. Kyle Booth, City of Cardiff in 1, James Waite of Holywell in 2, Christopher Hooper of Chester in 3, Chet Brame, Swim Gwyneth in 4, Rhys Rickard Frost of City of Cardiff in 5, Joshua Bedford Eatwell of Sevenoaks in 6, John Cooper, City of Leeds in 7, and Morgan Pemberton of Neath in lane 8. So lane 5 making the early running here. Rhys Ricard Frost, another Cardiff swimmer, going well. 37.39 after 50. His lead about 3 metres behind him. Sevenoaks Joshua Bedford Eatwell in the white cap. So going incognito there. No club badge on his cap. And he is about 4 or 5 metres back now, so Rhys is pushing it on well. So let's see what the split is here. I think this is going to be a fair bit faster than we've seen it is. 1:19.16, some 10 seconds faster than anything we've seen at halfway. So with an entry time for Rhys of 3:09, they're certainly setting the pace with a 1:19 first half.
Yeah, he looks very strong and pretty comfortable as well. Coming on this third length, looks like he's still got plenty in there. Nice stroke, good tempo. So he looks like he's got certainly a little bit more in now that could put in a very, very good time. No doubt he'll smash his entry time that he's put in.
And his lead so big now, the cameraman struggling to keep him and the following swimmers in the same shot as they turn there. 2:01.50. You'll see them coming in as he goes out from the wall. And the lead is huge now, 15 metres or so. As in fact, it's more than 15 metres as they come down the final length. So Rhys Ricard Frost putting on a breaststroke masterclass here. He is taking it on and completely demolishing the opposition. And a nice stroke from him going down the pool, and there you can see the stroke nicely shown by our cameraman as he comes into the final couple of meters. What a swim, 2:43.75, another enormous improvement on his entry time of 3:09. So that Welsh water works in Cardiff as well as in Swansea, and Rhys has been able to take that training in Cardiff down the road and used it to great effect there for a lead of over 20 seconds on second place Joshua Bedford Eatwell, who himself was inside his entry time by 6 seconds, and Christopher Hooper taking third, 3:09.20. So what about that, Hugh? Rhys Ricard Frost, a name to keep in your mind?
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, that was an immense swim. It was strong, and I said it still looks like he maybe had a little bit left as well. So, but no, I think that was great technique, great rhythm, and shows in the time that he's put in. So fantastic swim.
Heat 5 then. James Wilton, City of Canterbury in 1, Rowan Griffiths of Birmingham in 2, Blair Wattret of Dumfries in 3, Ethan Ryland of Bevington in 4, Jacob Cook, City of Cardiff in 5, Colin Tobin of Pembrokeshire County in 6, Sebastian Di Siena of Peterborough in 7, and Joe Stott, City of Leeds in lane 8. Joe Stott in lane 8, and over in lane 1 James Wilton, both going well. Also lane 4, and in fact it is lane 4, Ethan Ryland getting the touch, 40.21, Bevington swimmer. But this one so far looks as if it's going to be rather closer. Ethan in the white cap in lane 4. Joe Stott in the yellow in lane 8. Then over on the far side, James Wilton and Rowan Griffiths. So these four about 1.5 meters apart. Ethan, I think, will get the touch once again. He does, 1:26.76. So nowhere near as fast as Rhys in the previous heat, but faster than any of the other heats. Over on the far side, a good scrap going on between James and Rowan, and that must be positive to have a swimmer right beside you like that. That has to spur you on. Over in lanes 1 and 2. And they are certainly knocking on the door with Ethan Ryland, and don't discount lane 8 either, Joe Stott. You can see in your shot there at the bottom. And in fact, I think he's got the lead now. So Joe Stott of City of Leeds, I think, taking it on, and turns in 2:14.36. So now up by a second and a half. Can he capitalise on that advantage down this last length? It's pretty close, but he looks to be holding it. Nice close-up shot off him there. And his technique, and then you pan out and you can see the other swimmers, and they are behind him. Lane 2 and lane 4 battling it out for second. Rowan Griffithson, Ethan Ryland the early leader, but it's going to be the lead swimmer. It looks like Joe Stott will take this one, although lane 2, Rowan Griffiths, is coming up strongly, but he's got too much to do to catch Joe, so Joe brings it in 3:00.65, 9-second improvement on his entry time. It was Rowan Griffiths touching second, 3:02.10, ahead of Ethan Ryland, 3:03.18, all three of them comfortably inside their entry times, led by Joe Stott. There is Joe in lane 8, just cooling off a little bit, has a look round, doesn't know whether to be happy or sad, but I think should be happy. Now you can see with the number 1 up against lane 8 at the bottom of the scoreboard there, 3:00.65. As we move on to heat 6, and in this one we've got 7 swimmers, nobody going in lane 3, so the 7 swimmers: Matthew Waldham of Peterborough in 1, Joshua Loney of Swim Swansea in 2, Luke Maloney of Otters in 4, Nathan Larner of City of Leeds in 5, Lewis Roberts of Mould in 6, Kyle Job of Pennyreal, thank you for that one. Rescuing me there. Scott Lilburn of First in lane 8.
I was keeping an eye out to see how you'd fare on that one, so just prepared myself.
Yeah, well, I was looking down the start sheets and I came on it late and thought, my God, what's this? But thanks for helping me out, Hugh. Let's see how Kyle can do. At the moment, he is lying in about 4th place, I think. Behind, I think, lane 6, Lewis Roberts from Mould, up on the north coast of Wales. And lane 8, the Scotsman, Scott Lilburn, from First. Lane 4 also in that mix, Otters, Luke Maloney. So it's going to be these 3, led, I think, by Scott Lilburn. Let's see what his split is at halfway, 1:25.87. So still no one getting close to Rhys Rickard Frost time from heat 4, 1:19 at the halfway mark. So it just shows the quality of that swim. Nice turn into the 3rd length from Mould's Lewis Roberts in the white and blue cap. And he is the one putting in the challenge on Scott Lilburn. Looks like Scott still just has the edge though in lane 8. Holding about a meter's advantage as they come to the 150. Over in lane 2, it's Joshua Loney in 3rd place. 2:12.72 for Scott Lilburn at the 150. And he's looking the most likely, not quite in the bag yet for him. Just needs to work hard down this last length. And you can see that's exactly what he's doing. Just those hands just slightly apart to maximise the pull that they generate. And in the end, he's pretty comfortable. A strong last 50 from Scott. Continuing a very good set of swims from the first team, making their trip down to Wales well worthwhile, 2:59.01. So 9 seconds of an improvement for him. Still though, 2:43.75 from Rhys. Rickard Frost is the time to beat out of heat 4. Just looking at the entry times, there's only a couple of swimmers with a faster entry time than that. So that one is, you would think, going to go all the way. Heat 7. Full house here. We have Daniel Currams of Bevington in 1, Jake Lambert, City of Leeds in 2, Niall Dunn of Aquabears in 3, Gethin Jones, Swim Conwy in 4, Ki Ren Lau of Beckenham in 5, Benjamin Rayner, City of Leeds in 6, David Nichols of Cardigan Swimming in 7, and James Bilbao of Hereford in lane 8. Entry times here 3:02 up to 3:06. All these swimmers will be eyeing a time starting with a 2. Ki Ren Lau. Just hearing news of a disqualification in that last heat. That was lane 7. And it's for Penny Rheal swimmer, in fact. Kyle Job, unfortunately, falling foul of the referee. But back in this heat, it's Ki Ren Lau of Beckenham in lane 5. He's got a little more than a body length advantage over a group of swimmers behind him. Ki Ren, 14-year-old, so going in the 13-14 age group. About 3 meters up, 1:23.52. It's a fairly tight contest behind him. Lane 3, Niall Dunn of Aquabears. Maybe just holding second, although swimmers all around him in lanes 1, 3 and 4. 1, 2 and 4. Daniel Currams, Jake Lambert and Gethin Jones, but all behind the Beckenham swimmer, Ki Ren Lau. And here's extending his lead as they come to the 150, turns 2:09, so about a 46-second split there, so he should be comfortably under 3 minutes. Maybe looking at something there under 2:55. See how he does down this last length. Still Niall Dunn in lane 3, holding off the group around him. In fact, just maybe getting away from them a bit and starting to close the gap. Also lane 8 coming up nicely. James Bilbao of Hereford. He's challenging. In fact, he might have moved into second place now. I think he has. Not quite in your shot. There he is now, just appearing on the bottom of the screen. But no doubt who's going to take this one. Ki Ren has led from the start, and he comes in 2:56.12. Second, James Bilbao, 2:58.28 ahead of Niall Dunn, 3:00.52. So 2 of those swimmers getting under the 3 minutes. We'll be happy to do that. A milestone in their 200 breaststroke career. And the 1, 2, 3 up on your screens now, led by Ki Ren Lau, 2:56.12. So moving to heat 8, we have Lewis Smart of Littlehampton in 1, David Wilson of Sevenoaks in 2, Samuel Johnson of Dumfries in 3, Kane Rabanal Hunt of Dulwich Dolphins in 4, Lewis Waters of Newport in 5, Rhys Childs, City of Leicester in 6, James Davies, City of Leicester in 7, and Adam Brown of Millfield in lane 8.
I think it's always quite interesting watching the breaststroke, the different types of techniques there are. You know, some people come out quite high in the water, some people stay quite low, some hold that glide, and some just keep their stroke tempo up really high. So shows there's quite a few different techniques, each of us effective as each other. But yeah, it's always interesting to watch the breaststroke and how they swim it.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that, whether you feel that there's one technique has superiority over others. It's really just down to what suits the individual swimmer.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's a little bit of what they're comfortable with, but I mean, if you look at any of the top breaststrokers, I think you probably find quite a few different techniques. Yeah, I don't think there's one that really stands above any others. It's basically down to the individual, I guess.
Of course, this event is where we picked up Olympic silver medal. Michael Jameson, who's going in the World Championships this week, and he's always goes very high out the water, I notice, in his release. So I guess that's what suits him.
Definitely. I mean, I was lucky enough to be at that final in London to watch that, so it was quite an interesting thing to watch. But yeah. I mean, it's always easy to look at the best swimmers. But I remember Bob Bowman saying once that the great swimmers make bad things look easy. So yeah, but certainly Jameson's not a bad role model to go with.
So Kane Rabanel-Hunt is going very nicely here. He is faster than anything we've seen, including that time from Rhys Rickard Frost from back in Heat 4. So this is entering us into new territory, I think. He's 7 or 8 meters up now. He's going in the 13-14 age group. And looking impressive here. So remember, Rhys's time 2:43.75. You can see the clock at the bottom of your screen, and that is faster. So that is the new standard set, 2:39.95 from the boy from Dulwich, Kane Rabanel-Hunt. And an emphatic victory in that heat from Lewis Waters in second, 2:47.33. And Samuel Johnson, the Dumfries swimmer, taking third, 2:48.97. Nice shot of the pool there. There is lane 4, but we're not seeing a swimmer there. Where's he gone? Oh, there he is. Over on the far side, just catching our cameraman out there. But we've got him now. We know you're there. And there is the summary. Rabanel-Hunt, 2:39.95. Lewis Waters second. Samuel Johnson third. So on to Heat 9. Niall Lewis, Pembrokeshire County, goes in 1. Jack Boniface of Mould in 2. Benjamin Lewis of Redditch in 3. Matthew Williams of Torvain Dolphins in 4. Cameron Crute swims Swansea in 5. Gareth Haberfield of First in 6. Llewellyn Wake, Welsh Independent in 7. And Alex Hadley of Aquabears in 8. Matthew Williams of Torvain leads them through the first turn, 36.67. So the task is to try and get ahead of 2:39.95, set there by Kane Rabanel-Hunt, entered on 2:42.53, so needs around a 3-second PB to do that. Cameron Crute swims Swansea right there with him. In fact, Cameron has the lead. The capless swimmer in lane 5, and also up in the mix is Gareth Haberfield of First, but maybe a metre or so behind. Benjamin Lewis as well of Redditch, but it's Cameron and Matthew, not too far apart at halfway, 1:18.96 and 1:19.17. Nice turn there from Cameron. He picked up maybe another half metre or so on that turn.
Yeah, and again, to those younger swimmers maybe that are watching, that shows how important those turns are. It's if you can pick up a bit of extra time, it makes the world of difference, especially on these slightly longer events.
Well, Matthew Williams is coming right back at him now. Of course, it means you have to work that bit harder to stay on turns, though, if you lose half a metre or a metre on the turns, but it is Matthew who's taken the lead, 2:01.37. Coming out of the turn, well, again, maybe Cameron just getting a slight advantage in that turn, but sets us up nicely for a really tight contest here. The white cap in lane 4 is Matthew Williams, and Cameron Crute is lane 5 without the cap, so Torvain against Swansea here. Bit of Welsh rivalry going on, and this one is going to go the distance with Cameron Crute just pushing on. He may just have the edge, or does he? Into the final 5 then. It's going to be on the touch here. Finishing so important here, and who gets it? Oh, Cameron. Just nudging it by 800s. 2:42.93 there. Matthew Williams just behind him, 2:43.01, but a good race there.
Yeah, and that was good by Cameron actually, because it looked like he was just losing out, and managed just to put that little bit of extra in to fight back and get back in front. So fair play to Cameron, but a great race, great finish, and there's not a lot in it at all.
So I made that the second fastest time so far behind Kane Rabanel Hunt, so should be good for the final, you would think. 1 heat to go. So on to this final heat then. We have Aaron Harrison of City of Leeds in 1, Richard Mawson also City of Leeds in 2, Chet Roberts of Wrexham in 3, George Cowan of St Thomas in 4, Harrison Tibbs of Harrow in 5, Callum Mitchell of First in 6, his teammate Ben Johnson in 7, and Ethan Brown of Llantrisant in 8. And a cracking start in lane 5. Harrison Tibbs of Harrow. He has decided that he means business here. A couple of reserves come into this one. Jack Roberts and George Cowan in lane 3 and 4. So don't expect them to stay with the leaders. They've got the unenviable task of coming in as reserve into the fastest heat, which is also was a bit tough. Harrison Tibbs then, 2:43.49 is entry time. So a 3-second PB would put him into lane 4 in the final. The 14-year-old from Harrow. That's the first breaststroke appearance for these young boys, so we've not seen the breaststrokers yet this week up until now. It's our first sighting to check the form out. 1:18.80 is just a slightly faster than the previous heat, but not as fast as Kane Rabanel Hunt at halfway. The two Leeds boys over on the far side having a good scrap between them for second, Aaron Harrison and Richard Mawson. You just see them over on the far side in the yellow caps on that shot. And then in lane 6 is Callum Mitchell of First. But still leading them all is the Harrow swimmer Harrison Tibbs. Let's check his 150 split. It is 2:03.35, so about 44 and a half type PB, so that would bring them in, I would think, sort of 2:48-ish territory. Entered 2:43, so maybe not quite on that pace today. Let's see, unless my maths is wrong. Coming up, Callum Mitchell now, I think, has taken over second place ahead of the two Leeds boys. But no doubt who's going to take this one. Harrison Tibbs looking pretty comfortable here. And I suspect that he's leaving something in the tank here for this evening's final. As he'll be assured of a pretty good lane there as he comes in 2:46.03. Well, in fact, Richard Mawson just snatching second there in lane 2, 2:50.02. From Callum Mitchell in lane 6, 2:50.96. So those two reserves still with a bit of swimming to do as the final swimmers just take a wee rest. And George Cowan completing his job. And Chet Roberts will follow him in. So that concludes the boys 200 breaststroke. And there you can see the screen, still not scrolled into finish order. Got Harrison Tibbs there at the front, and now it has 2:46.03, Richard Mawson second, 2:50.02, and Callum Mitchell third, 2:50.96. So it should be a good finals in that one, I would think, coming up this evening.
Yeah, I'm actually quite looking forward to the final of the boys 200 breaststroke. I think it's going to be quite a close race, and certainly some really good swims and some really good performances in the heats this morning. So yeah, should be quite a good final.
I'm just looking back at that time from Kane Ravenal Hunt there, 2:39.95. I think that was a new meet record there. So the old record 2:41.64. So congratulations to him, and some applause there. I think that is maybe the message that has been put out to the crowd as well.
Yeah, part of that, and I think it's just Rebecca Donnelly getting her gold medal for her 100 breaststroke as well. But
okay.
Yeah,
yep.
That is a meet record. Then again, even more fantastic of a performance.
Yep, that what was it for? So I was sleeping on the job there. So well done to Rebecca. That was, of course, in the multi-classification event earlier on. So the last event of the morning session is the girls 10 to 13 years 200 breaststroke. 10 heats to go here, with heat 1 up on the blocks ready to go. There they go. Natasha Cook of Sevenoaks goes in 1. Clara Jill Pratt of City of Canterbury in 2. Ellery Davies of Bridgend in 3. Rebecca Klein, City of Leeds in 4. Rebecca Meredith Plantrisand in 5. Charlotte Shepherd of Swim Swansea in 6. Her teammate India Ford in 7. And Madeline Hoare of Stratford Sharks in lane 8. Entry times here 3:18 up to 3:21. And not too much in it as they come towards the first turn. Touch going to lane 2, 43.72 for Clara Jill Pratt. Lane 8, Madeline Hoare going nicely as well. Lane 4 and lane 5 also in the mix. Rebecca Kleins and Rebecca Meredith. So a tight one to start us here. On the near side, it does look like Madeline Hoare maybe has the advantage. Just see her. Well, you can't quite see her in the bottom of the shot now, just see the Swansea girls. But trust me, in lane 8, we are seeing the leader there. Just caught her turning there. 1:32.83. Over in lane 2, it's Clara Jill Pratt in second place. There you get the shot now of Madeline at the bottom, and the close-up of her now on the near side. Lovely camera shots there for you as Madeline goes through towards the third turn. Lane 2 is not out of it yet, Clara Jill Pratt.
Yeah, and she's just giving a little bit of a look over to the far side to see whether she's pulling her in a little bit closer. So she must be within striking distance.
Well, still 3 seconds, so that's a big ask with 50 to go. Madeline 2:22.25. So split. As you see her coming down. Lovely shots again. So one's to treasure. Look them up on YouTube later on through the Swim Wales website, and you'll be able to see all the action. Great for coaches to review back and show swimmers what they did, particularly when you get close-ups like that. So Madeline then is not going to be caught, despite Clara Jill Pratt's best efforts, and she leads them home in 3:12.78. Nice 9-second improvement. As all 8 swimmers Just relaxing a little bit. Madeline determined not to look at the camera. Oh, there we go now. Nice little shot of her. As we go for the result there, Madeline Hall then 3:12.78, Clara Jill Pratt second, and Rebecca Meredith third. On to Heat 2. Lucy Ornett of Pembrokeshire County in 1, Amy McCrosty, Dundee City Aquatics in 2, Rosie Llewellyn of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Pam Pelders of Swim Swansea in 4, Tia Ward, City of Leeds in 5, Izzy Thornton of Abertillery in 6, Chloe Wilshire of Bridgend in 7, and Morgan Watts, City of Cardiff in lane 8. So coming to the first turn, it looks like lane 4, Pam Pelders, 3:17.13 her entry time, turns 42.85. Around a second ahead of Dundee's Amy McCrosty. Second place early on. Pam Pelders, another local girl. So Swim Swansea showing their strength this week. But it looks like Amy McCrosty may have just gone past her now as we come to halfway. So the Scots girl putting in a good second length. Can she build on that in the second half? She goes through 1:30.19. Pam in second, Lucy Ornett in third place. Pembrokeshire swimmer in lane 1. McCrosty about a body length, maybe a little bit more up. Over on the far side of your screens there, lane 2. So if you're watching us from Dundee, give us a tweet. Let us know what you think of things. Give a shout out for Amy and your other swimmers. She turns for home to 19.20. 13-year-old Amy McCrosty. Let's see if there's a challenge maybe coming in. Pam Pelders not out of this one. She'll be looking to see if she can close in on Amy, show any sign of Amy tying up, and she'll be looking there to take advantage. But so far Amy is holding her advantage pretty well, about 3 meters. Third place still on the far side, Lucy Ornett, but it's going to be the Dundee swimmer Amy McCrosty to take the second heat. Entry time for her 3:17.57, so 11 seconds improvement on that, 3:06.64. A nice time to take back north of the border. We've got to cross 2 borders, of course, to get back there.
That's right, yep. And she kept her stroke quite smooth, actually, right to the end. Didn't look like there was too much sort of a break in it, or that she didn't tie up too much. So yeah, that was quite an impressive swim. And so if she had 11 seconds or so personal best, then that's fantastic.
And there you can see the board not yet scrolled, so a couple of times not coming up there, but just appearing there before you lost it. As we move on to Heat 3. Chloe Davies, Swim Swansea, goes in 1. Chloe Parker-Mead, City of Leicester in 2. Tamsin Wilmshurst of Thanet in 3. Eleanor Schaderberg of Novosibirsk in 4. Cara Bird of Wrexham in 5. Martina Ruszkowska of Swim Gwynedd in 6. Amber Owen of Aberystwyth in 7. And Zed, we'll need to find out about that, Zed Paniagua Gutierrez, a City of Leeds in lane 8.
Good effort. You can't do Penarreal, but you can do that. That's good effort.
Well, let us know if it was a good effort. We'll just check on her first lane here as we go through the master list of swimmers. So that'll just take us a minute or two to watch things progress, and it's pretty close coming down the second length. And we're not helped one little bit from the master list, because that makes Lisa Z Paniagua Gutierrez as well. So tweet us in, tell us, is she a Zena or what is she?
Although looking at that, there's a swimmer with the surname Ocean, so that's not a bad name to have for a swimmer, is it?
That's true. So anyway, let's focus on what's going on in the pool. And in lane 3, it is Tamsin Wilmshurst of Thanet, who leads at halfway, 132.04. And she has got maybe a metre on lane 6. Martina Ruskowska, because we saw her in the individual medley event earlier, looking very strong. Obviously a strong all-rounder, but you can't be a good IMer if you're not a good breaststroker, so it's no surprise to see her in contention here. But still behind Tamsin, both of them 12 years old, so going in the 12-13 age group, the young end of that. Also a good learning experience when swimmers move to the young end of a double year age group. They have to swim against swimmers a year older than them, a year more developed. So it can never do them any harm. And Martina, I think, maybe showing good strength in the second half here. In lane 6, looks the most likely now to come through and take this one. So certainly being up there for her Swim Gwyneth programme. One of their leading lights amongst the youngsters. And has now a body length in hand as they come to the wall.
Paniagua Gutierrez is getting closer. I think she might just touch her out.
Whoa, yes. You were right there, spot on. Always keep an eye on those outside lanes. So thanks to you for that tip up.
Thought I pronounced the name quite well as well, so quite happy with that.
Yep, so it's Paniagua Gutierrez, 3:11.44, who just nicked it from Martina Ruskowska, 3:11.61, with Tamsin Wilmshurst there, 3:13.31. Great last length there from her. So on to heat 4. And we have Abigail Rylance of Leyland Barracudas in 1. Rebecca Fisher, City of Leeds, in 2. Marnie Boswell of City of Cardiff in 3. Katie Taylor of First in 4. Kimmy Buchanan also of First in 5. Ellie Westerby of Hereford in 6. Libby Jarvis in 7 for Peterborough. And another one here, Semyonova Hoyland in lane 8. Another one we'll need to check the first name
Maya, I believe, was it when we looked earlier?
Oh, there, you're right there. Good memory. Maya Semyonova Hoyland there in lane 8. But it's Marnie Boswell leading the way here, 43.54. Oh, very close though. Coming down the second length. Maybe lane 5. Kimmy Buchanan just edging into the lead. Ellie Westerby in lane 6. Her nearest challenger, I think. About a metre back. Kimmy, one of 2 first swimmers here. She's 11-year-old, so the youngest swimmer in the field, but showing them how it's done at halfway, although the touch not coming up there. It's coming up as second place, but clearly turning in the lead. But they're all gathered behind her. Abigail Rylance in 1, Rebecca Fisher in 2, Marnie Boswell in 3, Katie Taylor in 4, Ellie Westerby in 6, all there or thereabouts. Ready to challenge in the second half of this one.
Normally we see the break in the on this third length, or see the field break up a little bit, but they seem to be staying quite close together still, so could be coming down to the wire on this one.
Kimi Buchanan, though, is holding her own here. The youngster from Falkirk leads them 2:22.10, up by just over a second. Marnie Boswell now in second place ahead of Abigail Rylance, although no touch registered for Rebecca Fisher, and she's in that mix in lane 2. So Kimi Buchanan needs to hang on here, show us what she could do at the sharp end of this heat. I think she is going to come under some pressure. She still has the advantage with about 20 metres to go. But lane 2, I think, is leading the charge. Rebecca Fisher, the lead swimmer. But it is Kimi Buchanan still holding them at bay. Lane 3, Marnie Boswell in third place, as Kimi Buchanan is going to hold them off, and she takes it. Brave swim from her, 3:10.23. Couple of seconds inside her entry time for the 11-year-old. Rebecca Fisher 3:11.07, Marnie Boswell 3:12.68. Always interesting to see when the two go up on the ropes like that, whether they start chattering or if they just going to studiously ignore each other. And there is the 1, 2, 3, Kimi Buchanan, Rebecca Fisher and Marnie Boswell, 1, 2 and 3.
The coach in me would say that they shouldn't have any breath left to be able to chat to each other, so I'm guessing it's just taking some deep breaths while they're on the ropes.
I think that's what they were doing there. Heat 5, Jade Adams, City of Leeds in 1, Anna Vickery of Coventry in 2, Megan Rogers of Pembrokeshire County in 3, Neve Jones of Pontyreal in 4, Paige Simmons of Newport in 5, Charlie Neve Evans of Bevington in 6, Victoria Conant of City of Leeds in 7, and Charlotte Gibbs, also from City of Leeds, in lane 8. Entry times in this one, 3:09 to 3:11. Fastest time still from Heat 2, Chloe Wilshire's 3:06.64. Turning first there in lane 6, Bevington's Charlie Neve Evans, 41.78. So she's in the blue cap there in lane 6. Camera's starting to focus in on it. You can see there lane 8 making good progress, Charlotte Gibbs. And she's pretty much alongside now, in fact maybe moving past the City of Leeds swimmer. So that's where the action is. Lane 4, Neve Jones of Penny-Riol. So the 1, 2, 3 then, Gibbs, Neve Evans and Jones on 29.47, halfway split.
And a nice turn there by Charlotte in lane 8. Picked up a little bit more distance to build on her lead. She also had a great start as well. I think she was about half a body length ahead up on the start as well. So those bits coming into play as well.
Yeah, we've not spoken too much about the starts. Of course, obviously vitally important in the sprints, but important in any event really. If you can get a 2 or 3 tenths in the start, then that you could hang on to and use in the final time.
Yep, those fractions of a second can make the biggest of differences when it comes to the end result. So it's always good to get as best a start as possible.
Neve Jones, though, has put in a strong third 50, and she now has the advantage in lane 4, 2:18.34. Coming out of the sunshine on your screens, there you see her now in the white cap with the red detail on it. And her main challenge, I think, still is Charlotte Gibbs in lane 8. These two are pretty close. You can just see Charlotte's legs there, and now you can see her just Well, is she behind? I think she's now gone ahead. Well, no, I don't think so. It is still lane 4. Neve Jones, and she takes it. Good slap on the board there. 3:05.22. Maybe could have got those hands in a little quicker than that, in fact, if she hadn't done that slap. But still, 3:05.22. A nice improvement, 4 seconds for her. Charlotte Gibbs just behind her, 3:06.43. And Jade Adams appearing third there, 3:08.53. You can see the scoreboard, not yet scrolled. As we go on to Heat 6. In this one, we have Honey Butterworth of Harrow in 1, Kerry Sinclair of City of Leeds in 2, Katie McKenzie from Skye in 3, Natalia Sharp, City of Sunderland in 4, Charlotte Rigg of Birmingham in 5, Lucy Gerard of Birmingham in 6, Danielle Richards of Maxwell in 7, and Sophia Sheikh of Wolverhampton in lane 8. So it's lane 3, Katie McKenzie, and lane 6, Lucy Gerard, 1 and 2, 39.68 for Katie. So she's had a long trip down from the Isle of Skye in the west of Scotland. Long trip there over the bridge now. You don't take the boat over the Sea to Skye anymore. It's the bridge. And down to Inverness, down to Edinburgh, Glasgow, all the way through England, and eventually you get to beautiful Swansea.
Yeah, it's not a short trip. Inverness is quite a way up, and having been to Inverness, and I can just imagine how long it took for it to get down. So hopefully it'll be a worthwhile trip.
Certainly put in a good first 100. 1:25.95 is the fastest split we've seen so far. And she's got about 3 meters in hand over lane 6. Lucy Gerard of Birmingham. Slightly less distance for her to come, but great to see the teams from the Midlands of England coming across to Swansea. Down the M5 and M4, or M50, depending on your choice. But Katie McKenzie looking very good here. And she is going to turn with about 4 or 5 meters advantage, 2:12. About 47-second split. So she's going to be knocking on the door of 3 minutes here. Entered on 3:07. Still, it's lane 6. Lucy Gerard in second place. About a metre back on her. Inside her, Natalia Sharp and Charlotte Rigg. And in lane 8, Sophia Sheikh. But it is the girl from the islands who is taking this one. And she'll be hoping to swim again this evening. 2:59.27, so did get under 3 minutes. So well done to Katie. Lucy Gerard second, 3:05.26. Natalia Sharp in third, 3:07.85. So if you're watching us from the Isle of Skye, give us a tweet. Tell us how proud you are of Katie McKenzie. Just remind you of the hashtag BGSNalive. That's where to tweet us. Heat 7, Charlotte Nestor of Wigan Best in 1, Neve Allen, City of Leicester in 2, Florence Marks of Hart in 3, Megan Bannon, City of Leeds in 4, Lowry Evans from Swansea in 5, Abigail Jack, City of Leeds in 6, Lucy Buchan of First in 7, and Bethany Carter of Evesham in lane 8. Over in lane 1, Charlotte Nestor of Wigan. leading what's a fairly tight pack at the moment. Well, touch, in fact, given to Abigail Jack in lane 6, 42.37. Another of the Leeds crew, proudly wearing the yellow. We saw them to great effect supporting their swimmers in the finals last couple of days, making lots of noise. Just what's required.
Strong first 100 from Charlotte Nesta in lane 1, so still the outside lanes are still putting in some good performances.
Yes, and she does lead at the 100, 129.02. From second place, Abigail Jack. Third, Lowry Evans. Wigan, of course, in the Lancashire heartlands. Lancashire, such a strong force in British swimming. If you ever go to the intercounties in Sheffield in October, you'll see Lancashire pretty much sweeping everything before them. They have done for the last number of years. And Wigan, an important part of that team. And this is a strong swim from Charlotte, 11-year-old, 2:18. So just working by mental maths here. I think that's a 49-second split. So looking maybe around her entry time, 3:06. Might be actually slightly off it. So this is a slightly slower heat than we've seen. Lane 5 and 6 coming up nicely. Lowry Evans and Abigail Jack. And they are challenging, but I think it's still Charlotte with the edge over in lane 1. Anyone's race for second. Charlotte about a body length up, so she will take this one. Check on her time. She comes in 3:04.33, so it did improve on her entry time with a nice last 50. Takes nearly 2 seconds off it. Second place, Lowry Evans, 3:06.48. And Florence Marks, well, no, in fact, I think it's Abigail Jack, I should say, credited with third place, 3:08.07. And there you see a shot of Charlotte and confirmation of her winning position there, 3:04.33. Second, Lowry Evans. On to heat 8 then. Nice shot of them on the blocks as they go. Samantha Allen of Thanet in 1, Hazel Fox in 2, Leila Rezatepi of St Albans in 3, Amber Mason of City of Leeds in 4, Alice Patterson of Teddington in 5, Isabel McNabb of Aquasulis in 6, Sophie Brevin of Swim Swansea in 7, Emily Johnson, City of Leeds in 8. So another one fairly close as they come to the first term. Isabel McNabb getting the touch, 39.54 for the girl from Aquasulis, Bath-based team. So just a quick trip over the Severn Bridge for her and down the M4. And Isabel leads now by about a body length from lead swimmer Amber Mason. It is the dark cap of Isabel. A 3:01 entry time, so she will definitely want to go under 3 minutes here, I'm sure. 1:24.59 is her touch, and that is the fastest split we've seen. About a second faster than Katie McKenzie from a couple of heats ago. Right up there with her is the Leeds girl, Amber Mason. And she is looking strong in this third 50. In the yellow cap. So pretty much side for side by side now. And these two a bit away from third place Leila Rizatepe. I think it's going to be the Leeds girl touching at the 150 in the lead. It is 2:08.23, up by a bit over a second. 2:09.57 for Isabel. See if Isabel's got anything left in the tank to try and pull that back in the last length.
Yeah, I think Amber Mason's timed this to near enough perfection. I think she didn't go out too quick on the first 100, but seems to be coming through on this second 100 really strong. So looks like she's timed this and paced this absolutely right.
Yep, she's still about 2.5 meters up, and nobody's going to threaten that. So Amber, entry time 2:53.56, should be inside that, and she is 2:51.64. So that is the new fastest time. Just 2 heats to go. In what has been a very interesting morning session here on the third day of competition here at the Welsh National Pool in Swansea. Looks like in this next heat we may be missing the fastest entry time swimmer. Just before we talk about that though, let's just summarise the result. Amber Mason there, Isabel McNabb, and third place was Rizatepe, Leila Rizatepe. So on to heat 9, and as I mentioned earlier, no swimmer here in lane 4. That's Holly O'Rylance. I know she's here today, but she's decided to sit this one out. So hopefully it's not an injury for her. Tegan Frizzell, City of Cardiff in 1. Abby Hollyoak of City of Leeds in 2. Lauren Harrison of Peterborough in 3. Charlotte Walters, Swim Flint in 5. Megan Pirrie of Hemel Hempstead in 6. Helena Svoga Ward of City of Leeds in 7. And Ella Vikens of Trowbridge in lane 8. So Charlotte Walters, with clear water beside her, is taking full advantage here in lane 5. The Flintshire girl, 2:56.65 as her entry time. So 2:50.164 is the fastest so far. Amber Mason from that last heat. So Charlotte will have to go some to be faster than that, but certainly has this one well under her control as they come to the 100. About 5 meters up then, 1:22.54, and that is pretty fast for the first 100, but 2 seconds faster than the previous heat. About swimming your own race now as she leads by 5 meters or so from Abby Hollyoak in lane 2, the Leeds girl. Of course, all these swimmers will be looking for places in finals this evening. Do it all again. Charlotte Walters then dominating here. 2:09 with 50 to go. So 46.5 split. So we're talking about something in the low 250s here. And she's looking very controlled, pretty relaxed, I think. I think maybe there's more in the tank to come tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's got given herself a good lead and just been able to hold that lead now. I don't think I think she's on course for a good time to put into the final, and so she doesn't want to take too much out of herself. And so yeah, a very good professional swim actually by forgive me, by
Charlotte Walters.
Thank you very much.
2:53.53. So that I think will put her second fastest, behind Amber Mason. Still 1 heat to go, of course. But a nice swim from Charlotte Walters, and we'll see more of her this evening. Abby Hollyoak, 2:59.40. We'll be hoping that's fast enough to get her in the final as well. And it was, I think, Lauren Harrison taking third, the Peterborough swimmer, in 3:02.09. So, ready to go with the final heat of this morning's session. It's been a good one. So this final heat now is underway. Megan Nicholas of Bridgend goes in 1, Katie Cooper of Wigan Best in 2, Chloe Watmo of Aquabears in 3, Sophie McCallum swims Swansea in 4, Lowry Matthias of Novio Siagar in 5, Isabel Anwill of Swim Flintshire in 6, Kira Schlossen of the City of Leeds in 7, and Lucy Allen of First in lane 8. Sophie McCallum, the Swansea girl, is setting off as if she means business here. Has the fastest entry time of the field, 2:51.84. Amber Mason, of course, 2:51.64, so that's the time she wants to beat if she is to occupy lane 4 in the final. Certainly looks to have this heat under control from the red-capped Lowry Matthias of Novio Siagar in lane 5. So 2 Welsh girls leading the way here, with Swansea's Sophie McCallum, 1:22.47. So that is marginally the fastest halfway split, because I think Charlotte Walters just eased off from a 1:22.54 to finish 2:53 in the previous heat. So let's see if Sophie does something similar or whether she keeps it going here. I think she can pretty much write her name into one of the centre lanes in the final with the swim that's coming in here. You can see now the extent of her lead over Larry Matthias, who's still looking comfortable in second, from I think Katie Cooper of Wigan in third, leading a group in the far side, and also in lane 6 Isabel Anwill of Swim Flintshire, but heading for home at the front, well clear, Sophie McCallum. There's the close-up of her. So contrasting styles from some of the swimmers we've seen before. Not quite as high coming out the water. And as we go to the wide shot, you can see she's got a lead of about 3-4 metres. So that's shrinking slightly. Lowry Matthias is closing it, but she's not going to catch Sophie, who's into the final 5 metres now, and brings her way in, and she will be the fastest qualified with that time of 2:50.89. Lowry Matthias 2:54.43. In fact, Isabel Anwill credited with the same time there, I think, so tie for second. Well, let's see what that means. I imagine that they will be fast enough so that we won't be in swim-off territory, but you never know.
Yeah, I think they should be, if I'm right, they should be okay, and they should both be in the final. So hopefully we won't have to go through a dead hit swim off again. But like I said, I've been wrong before. So
I'm sure you're right this time, though. Sophie McCallum then confirmed there, as you saw on your screen there, 2:50.89 with, in fact, looks like there's been a correction there, in fact.
That's right, yeah.
So it was... and unfortunately, we're just getting news of a disqualification in that last heat. Unfortunately, that was Katie Cooper in lane 2 who fell foul of the referee there. So that's us, folks. It's been quite a long session here. It's 1:15, and we'll be back in about an hour's time for the next session, session 8, which will start at 2:30. So grab some lunch, get a sandwich, get a drink and get ready to rejoin us then. So thanks to Hugh, enjoyed your company this morning.
Thank you for having me.
What's been your highlight of the morning, do you think? Anything stand out for you?
I think that 20-odd second PB that we had in the boys' breaststroke. Was it the breaststroke?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Let me, if I just get my names right. Ricard. Just search Rhys Ricard Frost.
Yeah, that was a very impressive swim.
I think that was the impressive swim of the morning so far.
So hopefully we'll see him later on. My thanks to once again British Gas and Swim Wales and all their supporters for their support to make this coverage from Quipu TV possible. Don't forget to keep tweeting us on hashtag BGSNLive to tell us your thoughts as how it's going on. So we'll be back again at 2:30 just before that. We hope you will too. But for now, it's a very good afternoon from Swansea. We'll look to see you later on.
Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Gas Swim Britain. British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people swimming regularly by 2015. So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres. Swim Britain is going to help you get fitter and healthier, and they're even going to give you tips along the way. It's all going to accumulate in 10 events in September at venues across the country. Now, logistics of this event are super easy. You're going to get a swimming cap, a t-shirt and a timing chip. You pick them up at the venue on the day. So all you need to think about is the regular stuff. Your swimming goggles and a pair of trunks. You could wear these or perhaps some of these. You might want 2 towels as well instead of 1. So you'll need 1 towel for poolside and also a towel for when you get changed at the end. Maybe a bit of shampoo as well. And last but not least, make sure you take some water with you. So how does the Swim Britain relay work? Well, you've got to get your teammates. Here's one of mine, me Chris, just happens to be an international swimmer. I'll have some of that. He's going to lead off. Let's go, Chris. Yes. When he's done his 250 metres, he's got to make sure that his timing chip registers. Don't worry, there'll be people there on the day to make sure that that happens. Chris is then going to walk over to his second teammate, who's going to be in the transition area, and he's going to give him a high five. Nice high five. Then Chris is done. He's good to go. He can go have a little bit of a rest. It's going to get very crowded if all of you are waiting at the end of the pool. So we've got a rule. Only the person that's swimming next can be in the transition zone. So Swim Britain's going to be like no event you've ever done before, largely because of these bad boys. They're actually called boys, and you're going to have to swim around them. When you're swimming down the pool, you've got to keep the buoy to your left-hand side. And when you're swimming back up the pool, you've got to keep it to your right-hand side. Just keep an eye out for them. Big orange things, can't miss them. Stay as tight as you can to the buoy. You've only got to swim 250 metres. There's no point swimming any more than that if you don't have to. Once you've got your team together, make sure you get the opportunity to train together. Set yourself both an individual goal. You know what? Challenge the other guys on your team as well. You might surprise yourself and with some good training, beat the time that you thought you were going to go. What about making some hoodies with your team name on there? You're taking on everyone else in Swim Britain. You've got to get in there with the right frame of mind. Maybe you want to go in some fancy dress. I don't suggest you swim in the fancy dress. That might slow you down a little bit. Maybe you could even come up with your own song, you know. I can see all 4 of you doing the Gangnam Style. Maybe not. But most of all, make sure there's some cracking banter between you and your teammates, and let's maximise the fun that we're going to have on Swim Britain. Good luck and enjoy.